We have routers which works on IP address. Layer 4 we have firewalls which works on the port numbers. Okay, so devices we categorize as this is more intelligent than the other in terms of these layers. If a device works, if you compare a device that works in layer 2 and with the device that works at layer 3, then we say layer 3 device is better than layer 2. Okay, because it can go beyond MAC address and look at the IP address and take a decision. All right. So today we are going to start from the DHCP. We did discuss about DHCP last class. So DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Okay. So always when you remember that, you hear the term DHCP, it is a protocol that helps in giving out IP configuration, okay, IP related settings to the clients automatically. Okay, so it could be your PC, your mobile, your tablets, your laptops, printers, whatever. Okay, so if any device has to get an IP address automatically, now only DHCP can provide that. Now this is a protocol. Okay, so wherever you run this protocol or whichever device you run this protocol, now that device is called as a DHCP server. Who all can be a DHCP server? Most commonly in outside world, in large enterprises or mid to large scale enterprises, we will have Windows most of the time. Okay, Windows Server like 2012 or 2008. It's a server where we will be running the DHCP protocol. That's why we call it as a DHCP server. In small scale companies, you can run this protocol on the Cisco or whatever the vendor router itself or a switch itself. So that router can also act as a DHCP server. Okay, so it's all about running this protocol. So if you run this protocol on your laptop, then your laptop is considered to be a DHCP server. Okay, so we don't have a dedicated something called DHCP server in the market. Okay, you have a server on which you can run multiple protocols. Okay, so DHCP is a mechanism through which you get IP address automatically. Always a client will send a request. When you take a laptop, your laptop is a client. Okay, you take your laptop to your office, your client, when it boots up, it will understand that it doesn't have an IP address and it will send out a request. Is there anyone who can give me an IP address? Because your laptop doesn't know who can give you the IP address. Just going to ask randomly, is there anyone who can give me an IP address? And DHCP server is programmed for that. A DHCP server has to get this request. If it doesn't get the request, your client is not going to get an IP address. So if your client is not going to get an IP address, what IP you will see? 169.254, right? APIPA. Now, once the server gets the request, it's going to reply with an IP address settings, and if the client is happy with that parameters, it will set that IP address, and from then on, your client is going to have that IP address. Now, that IP address is not a permanent one. Okay, it's not like it's going to be there for years. It comes with a lease period. Okay, expiry time, and before it expires, it has to renew. If it requires to be renewed, it has to be done. Again, if it is unable to renew, you lose the IP address. Okay, so that is done by DHCP. If you don't have a DHCP, then you need to assign IP addresses manually. We saw that last class.
Good question. Like the home network, basically the routers are from the DHCP.
Yes. Your home routers, they are also DHCP servers. They have the ability to provide IP address. Most of the routers have the ability to provide up to 254 IPs. Okay. So they are DHCP servers, they are DNS servers, they are firewalls, they are routers, they are switches, everything combined into one small device like this. Linksys. All right, so that's DHCP. Next most important protocol is DNS. Just like DHCP, Now DNS is again a protocol. Now if you run that protocol on any server, now that server is considered to be a DNS server. Now the purpose of DNS, domain name, DN stands for domain name. Whenever you hear the word domain name or DNS, now only one thing you should be able to correlate with. Your IP addresses are converted to your domain name, or your domain names are converted to IP address. Say for example, so this will be an entry added to your DNS server. Okay. So I get into the DNS server and I add something like this. Toronto.com is 100.50.50.10. Now all users will know to what web page they want to go to. They know Toronto.com. So they go to the address bar, they type Toronto.com. Unfortunately, we cannot memorize or remember the IP addresses of all the web pages, but we can memorize the names: Toronto, Facebook, Yahoo. So when you type the word Toronto.com or the domain name Toronto.com, now your PC is going to look for an IP address. It doesn't need a name. So immediately the first thing what it does is it goes to the DNS server. Your PC, when you type this in the address bar, which is called as the domain name, your PC goes to the DNS server and requests what's the IP address for this domain name, and your DNS server is going to respond with this information, and with this information your PC is going to go to the internet. If you don't have this DNS server, or if you have configured incorrectly, like in terms of IP address or whatever, now whenever you type this domain name, you will get page cannot be displayed. But when you go and straight away type this IP address, you will go to the internet. So when you come across such a situation where the domain name, when you type, you see page cannot be displayed, but when you give the proper IP address, it goes to the web page, then purely it's a DNS issue. A DNS, your computer is not able to resolve the IP address for the given domain name. Okay, so that's the issue. So DNS server is very important when you try to resolve any name. Always remember the keyword, domain name. Okay.
Is there any way, like, if we type an address, to know which IP address it is? Like, if we want to, if there any command that says, oh, Toronto.com is this IP address?
You ping that name.
NS lookup. Okay, so type NS lookup in your command prompt and you will see the IP addresses.
So NS lookup and then the page.
Yeah. Actually, it's in the book. I've given you that.
Oh.
If you type NS lookup www.toronto.com, now you will see an addresses 54.225.111.189 and 54.204, two public IPs. If you do NS lookup for Google, you will get 10 public IPs, 10 or 12, because they have many servers. This is a command to check whether your DNS is working or not, or whether you're resolved through the right DNS server. Because just next to the NS lookup command, just below that, you see the server and address. Now that is your DNS server. Okay. Now if you execute this command at home, now you will get your router's information, because your router is going to have the DNS. All right. Mostly in the exam, you will be asked about DHCP, DNS, all these stuff. Okay. So you just need to know what is their purpose. LDAP. LDAP is not something that you will see in the exam, but that's fine. Now, LDAP. Try to remember the full form for the LDAP, because most of the things, if you remember the full form of that, now you can simply answer the questions in A+. Most of the questions you can answer, okay, like DNS, DHCP. Rather than just remembering DNS as DNS, if you remember the DNS as domain name system or domain name server, now you can answer, because the questions are going to be simple, okay. As long as you can remember the complete full form of that LDAP or whatever, you can be able to answer those questions, because A+ is trying to test you on those stuff, a basic understanding of the technology. That's it. Okay, so LDAP stands for Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. So lightweight, it's not that important, but Directory Access Protocol, directory access, so that is the key word there. Okay, so it's more or less like telephone directory or yellow pages. Okay, now consider a MNC, okay, multinational company, which is operating in 30 to 40 different countries. Now it's huge. Now probably the headquarters could be in US. Now if someone wants to know who are all the employees working in sales department for less than 2 years in London's office, that's quite a bit of search has to be done to understand that. But if you have LDAP, which is a directory access service, now obviously many organizations have this. Okay, I would say any organization which has like more than 50 users will have LDAP, which means all the employees' records, all the devices information are fed into a directory. Okay, so when I join, for example, now my first name, last name, my qualification, my designation, the date I joined, the pay, so in which department I'm going to be in, what is my access card number, employee ID. So all these information are fed into one directory. So likewise, if my company buys a HP printer, now they just go and add that. Okay, this is a HP printer, this is the model number, this is the date in which it was purchased, this is the price. Now, when you feed all these information into a directory, now it's very easy for me to go and just do a search on it. Okay, London office, give me the list of salespeople, and I can do a narrow filtering. Okay, people who are working less than 2 years, and it just gives me that information. So for that, you need something like a directory, right? So that is the LDAP. Okay, it's a very light. The reason why they say it's a lightweight, it's because it's not a very huge program that is running. It's not going to consume a lot of CPU. Okay, it's not going to consume a lot of process. It's going to be lightweight. It's going to be fast. When it is lightweight, it's going to be fast. Okay, so you can get all those information. Now for that, configuration is not as simple as DNS or DHCP, but you just need to make sure you give each and every information perfectly. Now, if you look at the picture, now there are few attributes. We call it as attributes. Attributes are nothing but the parameters. CN, OU, O, L, ST, C, DC. Now, these are one of the few important attributes or components that you have to actually specify. Now, CN, common name. It's nothing but if you want to add an employee to your directory, you give his name. The person's name, the employee's name is the common name. Or the HP printer, the printer is going to be the common name. OU, the unit or department within the organization in which the employee or the printer is going to be. O, organization, which organization it is, Google, Facebook. L, locality. Okay, if I want to search employees in London, then the locality, I'll use it as London. ST, state. C, country, I can use say it as UK. DC, domain component. I can give more information about that object or a person. Okay, so these are few attributes that I will be adding to that LDAP server, and by doing that, anyone in any part of the world, I mean my branch offices in any part of the world, they can have access to it. Even the sales manager who is in London, he can go through the information in his office or in US office. Okay, so he just has the database. It's a shared database. Okay, so it's not pertaining to that one particular office. It's all the office throughout the world. So it's a directory, like your Yellow Pages. Okay, so that is LDAP.
That's question.
Yeah.
Normally, which department maintain this LDAP? Is IT or?
Which one? Sorry.
Normally, like a big company,
Uh-huh.
which department who are responsible to maintain this LDAP?
LDAP will be
human
made.
resource put those data in or IT?
No, human resources are mostly not technical.
No,
Okay.
I mean, who
They give the information.
to IT.
Yeah. So infrastructure specialist or a systems admin could be taking care of it.
Okay.
Okay.
I see.
Infrastructure specialist or the system admin,
Oh, system.
Yeah.
Okay.
because they have the access. These access cannot be given to everyone. Yeah.
Every company has this LDAP?
Most of them. It's a standard protocol. Yeah.
Is there an LDAP server, like DNS server or
So LDAP is a service, a protocol. So if you run this LDAP on a server, that server is again called to be a LDAP server. We don't have a specific device that is called as a LDAP server. These are all services. If someone started selling, okay, this is a dedicated DNS server, this is a dedicated DHCP server, no one is going to buy. Okay, because why? After 3 years, you will come up with a extended version of that. Now I cannot dump this and again go to you to buy it. So what I do, I buy a machine, that's it, and I want to run softwares so that even if the software expires, I can just buy a new software. I don't want to go and buy a new device for that. So these are all protocols that should be accommodated by the operating system. So when you run Windows 2008 or 2012, now those operating systems will accept DNS, DHCP, LDAP, all those stuff. Okay.
So this is not Active Directory or anything like that. It's something different.
Yeah, this is not Active Directory completely. Active Directory is a lot of policies on it. It's huge. Yeah. Now next is SNMP. You may get one question on SNMP. I don't see questions in LDAP coming from LDAP, but SNMP is huge because it's huge in networking. Now again, try to remember the full form for SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol. So the second and third word is so important. Network management. Management, sometimes we call it as monitoring, but whatever it is, it's going to be the same. So you try to manage. So this is a protocol that will help you in managing your network. Okay. For example, you plan to start or you buy a new office, okay, to expand your business operations. Now what do you do first? Before people start working, you go and you make sure that devices like switches, you have all the connectivity, you have all the PCs, you have the internet connectivity. So you buy devices first as per the requirement. Once you buy the devices, you go and deploy those devices in that building. You interconnect all PCs to the switches, then switches to the routers, then routers to the internet, so that before people come for the day, employees come for the day one, everything is set. Now, which means so after that, we are not going to work on the deployment anymore. Okay, deployment or adding devices, it's not an everyday job. We don't add and remove devices every day in networking. It's a one big time job before we start. and after that we don't do deployments. Okay, now, okay, so what IT people do, what networking people do if they don't have anything to do with respect to deployments? So you have done your configurations also. So probably you might have deployed 50 devices in that building. Now these are all electrical devices, which means anytime anything can happen. So the network people try to monitor whatever you have deployed should work perfectly, and if anything happens, you should be the first person to be aware of that before people started complaining that, okay, my device is not going online, my device is not turning on, I'm not able to ping that person, whatever. Okay, so you should be the first person. So what you should do, you should try to monitor your network. So monitoring is not like walking through and looking at each device. All you can see is whether the lights are turned on or off. That's all you can see. You cannot actually know what is happening inside the device. So usually you will be on a server that will be running a lot of applications, and one of the major application is the SNMP. Okay, SNMP is a tool that helps in monitoring your network devices. One of the best example, or there are so many tools available now. One is called SolarWinds. Anyone heard about this? SolarWinds. It's a company. Okay, they are huge in terms of the network monitoring tool. Now you go and purchase this license and all those stuff, and you install it on your server. What happens? You can add all the network devices that you have, all, which means computers, switches, wireless access points, your printers, you name the device, and all the devices that can be added to the SNMP. Once you add all the devices to the SolarWinds tool, okay, now what you can do is just sitting in that network room, you can know what is exactly happening in all those devices. If, for example, port number 1 goes down on a switch, hardware fault, the next moment you will be triggered. You will be getting an alert. Port 0/1 in so-and-so device has gone down. It's not only this. You can set a lot of parameters. Let me know when the router's CPU utilization goes beyond 70%. So whenever it goes beyond 70%, you will get a message.
What the usage? Bandwidth?
Yeah, everything. If the bandwidth is it's hitting more than 90%, let me know. If the fan fails, let me know. If the fan speed is less than this, let me know. If the temperature inside the router goes beyond this, let me know. Okay, so I can set n number of parameters. Alright, so all I need to do is just make sure I keep looking at this SNMP tool. Okay, it's a web interface. Alright, so the page will be full of information in all red and green. Whichever has an issue, it will be in red, and whichever is working fine, you will see it in a lot of
like logs that keep coming up.
No, it's all graphical representation, all charts and information. There are logs,
Yeah.
but it's not you get into logs only when you need to see something specific. Otherwise, you don't get into the logs. The logs are huge, right? You don't get into logs often. When you see there is an alert saying fan stop, or I would say memory utilization went beyond 90%. Now, if you want to know the reason why memory went beyond 90%, then you go and look into the logs for understanding the reason. So SNMP is a very, very powerful tool. Okay, used everywhere. There are free SNMP tools available, like Nmap, but most powerfuls are something like SolarWinds, okay, which can alert you about everything. Right. So if you look at the diagram, it just explains that. So this is the server in which I'm going to work on. So I will call it as an SNMP server, or we call it as an NMS server also, Network Management Server.
And on that server you have SolarWinds running.
Yes.
This is
That's what we get. Nages.
Oh, Nagios. All right. That is okay. When you discuss, when you have two person, one worked on this Nagios and one worked on the SolarWinds. Now they would say SolarWinds is so light. It's resource demanding software, Nagios, but it's good.
It's the same like
Yeah, it's same.
SNMP.
It's same as SolarWinds. It's an SNMP tool. It's again popularly used to, but not as big as SolarWinds.
Yeah, probably big companies.
Yeah. They charge you more, obviously. SolarWinds, but that's exactly the same as SolarWinds.
Do they do security as well? Let's see if there's some sort of network attack or whatever. Do they do something?
They
like that?
come under IPS, IDS, Intrusion Prevention System and Intrusion Detection. Now you need to have dedicated devices for that. SNMP is not going to look for that. So proper major devices like Cisco's Ironport. Yeah, Ironport can look into that information. Okay, so that's like intrusion. Someone is trying to hack your device or your network. Now SNMP cannot do that because SNMP is always trying to look at that device, okay, and try to monitor some kind of parameter. It's not going to analyze the data packets that are being sent. So coming back, so this is the server in which I will be running the SolarWinds. Now this is, say for example, switch, router, access points, firewall. So now these are the devices I have in my office I want to monitor. Now these are all called agents, okay, or SNMP clients. By default, all these devices today are coming with SNMP itself, so they will understand. Okay, so you have to make sure that the server is aware of all these devices. You got to go and add. Okay, and once they are added, you will see all these device information in your SNMP server. Even if they are not sending you any information, if you want to know something, you can do something called poll. You can poll information. Example, if I want to know one of the router which I am in, say for example, first floor, and there is a router in third floor. Now without going there, I want to know what is the configuration that is being done on that router. Now I don't have to log into that router. I don't have to do anything. All I need to do is I go to the SNMP server, I do a poll. Give me your running configuration. Okay, give me the status of your fan. Give me the status of your temperature. Give me the status of your CPU utilization. I can do poll. Okay.
So it's a centralized place where you're gonna get information about all
Yes.
your network devices.
Servers are always like that. Server means it's a centralized device, which means from there you can extract all the information.
If you install a new printer, then you have to add it to this.
Yes, you got to add it.
If you don't add it, you can still print, but
Yeah, you can print. This is like only for monitoring purpose.
this is for more.
Yeah, your printer will work fine.
Yeah.
If you want to monitor if you want to know whenever the printer is not working, then you need something like SNMP server.
Or warnings like you say 90%. I
Anything.
gotta see what's going on or put another server because this is going down if other people connect. Something
Yeah.
like that.
I got a question. What's the difference, like version 2, version 3, or is this part of the
No.
exam? No.
It's part of a Network Plus though.
No, I mean there are going to be questions for
It's I have given in the book.
yeah,
version
two,
1, version
yeah,
2,
version 3, yeah.
C, version 3. Now, version 1 is not used anymore. These are the two versions that you will see in the current environment, and most of the devices will by default run on version 2C. Now, difference between this and this is security. Okay, version 2C doesn't provide security, version 3 provides security, but it's up to your choice. All or most of the devices will give you a choice. It will say by default we are using version 2C, and if you want you can choose 3 also.
This SolarWind software, it's always monitoring, or is it passive unless something happens and then you could pull it?
Okay, again you can set the duration. Poll these devices every 30 seconds, poll these devices every 30 minutes. You set everything.
Because
If you don't do anything, your SNMP is not going to do anything.
Okay.
Because there are so many things like get, set, trap. Okay. Get means you are trying to get some information from the router or switch agents. For example, if you are asking the router, give me your configuration, that is get. Set means, say for example, there is a wireless router or wireless access point which is operating in 2.4. Now you want to disable 2.4 and enable 5.0. So you're trying to change something, right? So that is set. You're trying to set some kind of configuration. Now the third thing is trap. Now these two are different. These two are from the server to the clients. Now, trap. What happens if one of the interface fails on a router or a switch? Now, you cannot know until you go and ask that switch, what is the status of your ports? So that will not happen often. So your device should let you know first. So if there is a switch and if one of the port went down, then the agent has to inform the server. So that is through something called trap. It sends an immediate trigger to the server saying that, okay, my interface has gone down, I need your help. Then you can again go and set it in your SNMP server. Whenever you get any trap, send me an SMS or send me an email. That is also can be set on your SNMP server. So even when you're home sleeping, you will get an email or you can get an SMS. So that those things can also be set on the SNMP. These are half of the features. There are still a lot more that SNMP can offer. Okay, so that's why this is so powerful.
What certification do you need to understand more?
Yeah,
about?
I'm really interested in that because this is really good stuff. We've got never like something.
All right, monitoring.
This is all new stuff.
Okay, I would say
this stuff will get you a job. Like
now these are, so if you want to specifically learn about network monitoring, I would say SolarWinds is a really good tool. You can add it in your resume. Now, buying a SolarWinds is expensive, okay, to learn. Now, but SolarWinds gives you 30-day trial period with all the features. You can download that software and you can play with it for 30 days, and whatever you learn in those 30 days, it's more than enough to answer the questions in your interview, because people are not going to expect you to know top to bottom. Okay, learn what are the features, learn what an SNMP can offer, or what a SolarWinds can offer. That's more than enough, and 30 days is more than enough.
Yeah, but is
I did
there
that.
Any certification that
Network monitoring. Network monitoring. People don't offer certifications because people are not huge. I mean, there's no huge number of people who can go and do that. Now, you can take a training for SNMP like from the vendors itself, but they're going to charge you like $3,000 or something.
that's it.
Yeah, vendors, it's always expensive, and you will not see private or colleges taking training for monitoring, because this is something you will gain when you work.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Because you can download a software, but where are the devices? You need routers, you need switches, you need firewalls, you need access points to monitor, right?
You can like mimic that in a GNS Studio or something like that? No?
But I would say a lot of free softwares are available. That is more than enough for you to gain the basic understanding of the device. That is what people expect when you go for an interview. Because the way SNMP is configured for company XYZ is different from the way SNMP is configured for ABC company. Okay, so they tune it to their requirement. So all you need to know is what the tool does. Then you go and adapt yourself as per the requirement. So there's no specific certification. I can't remember. SolarWinds is being taken by anyone or network monitoring as such. But vendors do take it, but they charge you a lot. All right, next is SMB. Now this is something that is out of topic. It has been like you don't see any questions from SMB, so I don't want to waste a lot of time. Now SMB is mainly used by Microsoft for device sharing, like printer sharing, file sharing is one of the protocols used, but nowadays it's not being used that much because it's mainly specific to Microsoft. And
We still use it.
yeah,
Yeah.
you still use it?
Scan to the folder.
Yeah, it's very less, but
Scan from the printer to the folder
Mm.
with SMB.
yeah, SMB is mainly for Microsoft. But all you need to understand is it's file. It's a sharing tool. Okay, but you don't get any questions related to SMB for the exam. It's been long time since we saw a question. Okay, so in this whole topic of DNS, DHCP, LDAP, SNMP, so the 2 pages you may get 1 question. Okay, it just depends from I don't know which topic. It mainly you have to know DHCP because it's very important. Okay, so DHCP is very important. Second, I would say DNS, but these are all could be. Okay. SSH. Anyone heard about SSH? Did I show you the last class SSH? The 2 secure shell. Have you heard about the word telnet?
Yeah.
What is telnet used for?
Well, you said it was a port, right?
Sorry?
You said it was a port? No.
Yeah, okay. I would have informed this informed this protocol when I was explaining ports.
SSH is more secure than Telnet because something happened.
All right, these two are pretty much the same use. The usage of these 2 protocols, SSH and Telnet. Remote access.
Your routers.
Yeah, remote access to your devices. Okay. It's not only when the devices are in other city, it can be in the other room also. Okay. So basically, if you have a company and you are a network admin sitting in one of the room, and there are so many other departments, okay, and probably you may have a router in your telco room. So if you want to make some configuration changes, now you don't have to do anything on your PC. You just open a software called like PuTTY, and you can telnet into that router. All you need to do is give telnet command and the IP address of that device, whichever you want to take an access. You hit enter, you are into that device automatically. Okay, all you need to do is, it can be done from your command prompt also. Okay, from your command prompt, if you say telnet and IP address, you are directly taken to the device. Any device, any router, any switch, any server, you can go. Now, this is also the same for SSH, but the problem is telnet is not secure. This is secure. So people do use telnet a lot because when not all the time we are sending some sensitive information, we may do some code upgrades. Code upgrade is nothing because everyone has access to the operating system version. So those things can be done through telnet. Anything important, then you can use an SSH. Okay, but you will see a lot of telnet being used more than SSH. But both are for the same purpose. Okay, securely accessing your remote devices. SSH stands for secure shell.
Isn't that RDP? It's like
Okay,
RDP.
it's like RDP, but RDP, RDP's usage is limited. RDP cannot do what telnet and SSH does. Okay. It's more or less like a Microsoft environment, RDP. Learn the port number for RDP. It can be in the exam. What is the port number for RDP? It's a four digit number.
Yeah, it was 1389, something like that. 1389?
3389.
3389.
Alright. SFTP. What is FTP? File transfer protocol. Used for transferring the files. Alright, so that's the reason I said, if you know the full form of whatever the protocol is, you can know what is the usage of that protocol. Okay, so file transfer protocol used to transfer files. Now, FTP, again, they say, okay, it's not secure. If you want to have a secured way of transferring the data, go for the secure. Okay, that's SFTP, SSH. Okay, whenever you hear the term SSH, it's going to be secure. That's the only thing. You apply security to the file transfer. Okay, so that is all about it. So make sure you get, at least I can bet you get 1 or 2 questions testing you on the port numbers, for sure. All right, so that's the end of few common protocols. Next is wireless. We discussed probably half of this in our chapter 1. So we all know about .11a, the substandards of wireless. 802.11 is called wireless, and we have substandards like 802.11a, .11b, .11g, .11n. That's it, right? Yeah. So only few common things that you need to know. Okay, so you are being tested on only few things. So A works the frequency. What is the frequency in which?
5, right?
Yes. A is 5. B
2.4.
4. G is
2.4.
always G has been introduced as a improvement or advanced version of B, so it also works on 2.4, and G is backward compatible to B. Now this is a very, very important question in your exam. Okay, so which version is backward compatible to 802.11b? Okay, it's 802.11g. That's one common question. Okay, most commonly asked question. .11n.
Both.
And or all. Okay, it depends on the device. All right, next is throughput. .11a, B,
100.
11.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, G is again MB54 and N is 600. So if you know this, it's like you have covered 75% of the wireless. Nothing much you got to know.
So the first one, A802.11, without letters, they don't ask about it.
No, that was way back in 1996. That's it. No one even knows that there was a standard existing like that. No one knows even now B, because B is completely not in use. No device manufacturer uses B.
Do we study anything here about the mobile device, the bandwidth like 1800 or 1500, stuff like that?
Sorry?
The wave, the frequency of the devices, like 1950 or something?
That's different. That is, you're not talking about wireless. You're not talking about wireless there. It's in the sense you're not talking about the Wi-Fi, RF. You're talking about the 3G, 4G,
Yes.
in which each vendor.
That's different, right?
That's completely different. They don't operate in this frequency. These are, I said, 5 and 2.4 are unlicensed frequency bands, right? You don't have to pay anything
Right.
apart from this. It's different. They have to pay for it, and it's only for them. Like Bell, they use a different frequency. TELUS will use a different frequency for their network. Your data connection, right?
Yeah.
You have 3G or LTE connection. Now they work on a different frequency. This is your Wi-Fi. Whenever you are at home or you go to Tim Hortons, you get connected to the wireless access, right? So they work at this frequency. When you come out of Tim Hortons, when you're driving, you will be connected to your vendor, your service provider. So that is when you are transmitting your data through those frequencies, 1900, 1850, whatever. Okay. I don't think A+ discusses about channels. Let me see. All right. So I said, okay. So if you know this, you are 75. You have covered 75% of your wireless technology in A+. The only thing that is new is something called channel. Okay, I'm not going to go in depth on this channel, but I just want you to know the rules and regulations. Now, since we are in North America, we are going to only study about North American regulation. Now, understand, in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency band, okay, all I need you to understand is there are 14 channels. Just understand that. In the 2.4 gigahertz band, there are 14 channels. Okay. Now, so this is throughout the world. That's the technology. In US or in North America, I would say the regulation says out of those 14 channels, you can use only from channel 1 to 11. Okay. Sorry?
I remember.
Yeah. So you can use only channel 1 to 11. 12, 13 and 14 are not supposed to be used. That's what the regulator says. Now, this is one thing that you need to know. Second, even though we have 11 channels available, now due to the way the technology is, now you can use, okay, out of these 11 channels, there are only 3 non-overlapping channels. Overlapping channels means if I have channel 1 like this, now channel 2 will be like this, which is overlapping channel 1. Now channel 3 is like this, overlapping. Channel 4 like this. Okay, it's so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Channel 6 will be like this, okay? This is channel 1. Channel 2 starts like this. Channel 3 starts like this. Channel 4 starts like this. Channel 5 starts like this. Channel 6 starts like this. So, if you see how many non-overlapping channels we get, now for channel, if you are using channel 1, you cannot use channel 2, 3, 4 and 5 because they are either starting or ending within the same channel 1. Okay, they are overlapping with channel 1. Now then, if you look at the next channel that doesn't completely touch the channel 1 is channel 6. So why do we go for this? If you use overlapping channels, now you get interference, noise, you lose data, performance goes down. So always the recommendation is use non-overlapping channels. There are only 3 standard non-overlapping channels. 1, 6. These are the 3 numbers that you have to remember. The 3 non-overlapping channels in wireless. Okay?
That's in the book.
It's not in the book because it's not something that you have to know something like separately, but when you are configuring your wireless router, for home user it doesn't matter, but when you work at the enterprise level, this is the first thing that is you have to take care of. Okay, this is so important. If you get this wrong, these numbers wrong, your wireless network is screwed up. Okay, you will get a lot of complaints if you screw these numbers. Now, since we are concerned about SOHO routers, the routers that we use at home, now we are owning only one router. So you have the freedom to choose any one number between 1, 6 and 11. But if you are an enterprise, you may be having 1,000 access points. Even if you have 1,000 access points, you are still going to use only these 3 numbers.
So why they don't come preset? Or like, why they don't come already hard coded so that no one can change it?
No, because say for example your home is like this. You're living in a condo. Now your neighbor is having a router here, and you are having a router here. If you using channel 1, his wavelength is going to be like this, his coverage area.
Right.
And you are going to sit here with your laptop. If your router comes with hard coded as 1,
Interesting.
now you should be given a freedom to change it to channel 11 so that you both are in a different channel.
Who does this job? Because
You have to
first
do it.
time I heard
Yeah, no one does that, but if you do that, your wireless is going to work better. No one is going to do it. By default, the vendor is going to set one channel, okay, between 1, 6 and 11. But it's your thing to go and change it.
Is it better to set it to auto, where it automatically, if you reboot it, it picks up the best channel?
Okay, these autos, I'm not sure on how many devices you get this auto function. And enterprise, there is nothing called auto.
No, you have to manually do it.
There's no auto function you will see. Yeah, you can set to auto if your device is intelligent enough. These Bell 5 routers are intelligent. They give you in what channel, what is the performance that you will get. You can move to the different channels.
This is a non-related issue, but with all this wireless going through the air and so that, is there a health risk?
Yes, I will not say no. There is health risk. It depends on how strong the frequency is. That is all the. So, for example, if you are very close to the tower, right? I'm not talking about the 2.4. Okay, if I say that your 2.4 gigahertz, what you use for your mobile Wi-Fi or your laptop Wi-Fi, the same frequency band, your microwave is also working. Now, how many of you agree that microwave is safe for your health or not? Microwave and wireless works on the same frequency.
Yeah, but I'm not in the microwave.
Yes.
Where is this?
The thing is, the shielding, the shield of the microwave is so important. We try to make sure the wave doesn't leak out or come out of that device.
Last
right?
time I looked, there's no shield protecting us from
Really?
this guy, this on my move. So are we safe or is it not?
we're not safe.
I
See,
think
it's okay.
You're very close to the microwave. The shell is not going to make it.
See, it's not safe. It's not safe, but there is always a parameter to judge how safe, right? It's not alarming.
No, in 10 years
Okay,
only.
it's not alarming. It's not something that it will give you. It will do something to you in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. It's not like that. There is always a little bit of, little bit. It's not huge.
Do I have to buy a Vader helmet to be
It's
safe?
not gonna help you. Put the foil
In
around you. Now they
see-
say they recommend not to put cell phones in the pocket.
Not now. It's been there for years.
No, but now I see it everywhere.
Really? It's
Pocket.
been there for years because
After this girl that burned her hip, it's everywhere now.
Yeah,
Well,
but that's
that-
the battery.
She slept
not-
with it.
not
Doesn't
the-
matter.
Not.
Now that.
They just don't put it in. Not because of it's because the frequency and all this
see.
near
It's
your
possible.
balls.
Yeah,
The
that's-
thing
I
is-
say that. It's like you said it first.
The thing is, it's all about the safety limit, right? Now things have gone beyond our hands. You cannot go and stop. There are wireless radiations any part of the world. Okay, so you cannot escape from wireless until probably you go to Mars. Okay, so you cannot escape from wireless. Now the thing is, you can take some precautionary methods. Like for long time they keep saying, okay, don't carry your cell phones. Don't put your cell phones in your pockets as much as possible. Okay, if you're at working, put it on the desk. If you're at home, leave it on the table. Okay, so the reason, even if your mobile is, say for example, you never got a call for the one whole day. Okay, it's a Sunday, no one called you, no one tried to disturb you. You have no one sent any WhatsApp messages, nothing happened. Now you will still see your battery level going down. Now the reason is, your mobile device for every 100 milliseconds talks with your mobile tower. This should happen every 100 milliseconds. Okay, even if you have turned off your mobile, the cellular, okay, airplane mode. Now if, so for example, you are connected to wireless then. Now even with your access point, every 100 milliseconds your mobile device communicates. Some packets are sent and some packets are received. Scanning is done. We call active scanning, passive, whatever. Which means underlying thing is your mobile is awake and doing something. Even no one is calling you, you're not calling anyone, it still makes sure it is sending something. So radiation is there. Okay, every 100 milliseconds, which is not too big. Right? So health risk is there. But you cannot,
Facebook more important.
but you cannot do anything. But you cannot do anything. That's the thing. Alright. So better keep your mobiles away as much as possible. But people who are staying nearby the mobile towers, they are in a lot of, more health risk than the others.
I see a lot of buildings here who have lots of, not all of them, but
Yeah.
once in a while.
Near
Why people
the
allow
sig-
this? There is no law against those.
the signal is so strong because they cannot come up with a law. Then if you come up with a law, then where will you hang your towers? You hang your towers from sky? No.
But it's a residential buildings. They can say, I don't want it here.
People today's mindset is, as you said, for me Facebook is more important than my face or my body. Okay, so
He's right.
if you're going to say, okay, because of all this, after 65 you're going to get this disease, then he calculates, okay, I still have 20, 25, 30 years left. That's fine. That's what they. I don't care about.
With a solution later.
I don't care about 65.
Rent is cheaper because the tower is here.
You want to have some people.
One major reason why wireless was not big even today, it's not huge as wired. It's because people always have concern about the wire, the security. Now, physically, if you think that the data is going through a specific cable, right? So people are sure, okay, if I'm connecting my PC to a switch, then I'm pretty sure my data is not seen by my neighbor, because my data is going through that cable to the switch and it's going somewhere else. But wireless, it's not like that. I am just throwing it in the air, and my neighbor, even the person who is sitting in the corner of the room, will be able to see my data. Which means, yeah, actual see. They can capture, they know what I'm sending. So that was one major reason why everyone was concerned, okay, how about the security? So initially, they came with a security mechanism. Okay, so that's called web, and they named it as wired equivalent privacy. Okay, it was accepted initially, but later on they found out that it is very easy to crack. Okay, the web key, what we say, is easy to crack. Key means it's nothing but the key that you provide in your wireless router. Yeah, so you set a key on your device, like a wireless router, and you should give the same key on your wireless devices so that you can be connected to that wireless device. Now, that key, how easy is it for someone to get that? Okay, for your neighbor or anyone, how easy is it for them to know about that or to crack it? Now, web is very easy. Probably it takes 1 minute or less than a minute to crack it.
Really?
Teach us how to crack it.
Really?
Yeah. There are so many free softwares. There are so many free softwares and applications available. All it checks is, okay, it collects few packets and it can understand what is the key being used. Okay, so less than a minute for web. So all I need to say is, or all you need to know is, web is not supposed to be used. Okay, it's not safe, but more than that, as per the recommendation, you should not be using web at all. Okay, but you may still see the web under your security settings in your wireless router, but as per the certifications or standards, you should not be using web. Now, this is again important for your exam. Okay, web should not be used at all. So we moved on from web. Now, once they decided, okay, we have to move from web and come up with a better one. Now they said, okay, when we come up with a better one, now that should be kind of a best. And they thought, okay, it will take us time to get that best, but we are not supposed to use this web. Now what are we going to do during the in-between period? So they said, okay, we will come up with a in-between solution or temporary solution called WPA. Now WPA, Wi-Fi Protected Access, was introduced with the intent as it is going to be a temporary solution for the safety. Now it didn't give a very, it was not developed with a very different feature what web had. Okay, it's a bit similar to web, but it was more powerful than web. Okay, the WPA. So when WPA was being used by all wireless users, they started working actually on the full-time or a permanent solution, and that is nothing but the WPA2. Now this is the actual standard recommended today for all wireless users, WPA2. Okay, so in your exam, if they ask you, okay, choose the best security encryption mechanism, security method, always go for WPA2. Okay, so that's the best. Now, WPA2, so you have two types of environments. One is home, second is enterprise. Now, at home, we mostly use PSK, pre-shared key. which means you already have a key enabled on the wireless router, and you share that key with the users so that they can get connected to the wireless router and they will be part of your network. So that is the pre-shared key. So when you are at home, the encryption method that you have to select is WPA2 PSK. Okay, but you will see more options with WPA2 PSK, and you will see something called WPA2 Advanced Encryption Standard, AES. Now this is mainly for enterprise.
So these like sub layers of WPA2.
No. WPA, this is a type. Okay, type of encryption. Okay, so PSK is pre-shared key. These are different methods by which you will try to authenticate. So pre-shared key is only one key is being used for n number of users. If there are about 5 people in the home, like they are all using wireless, all have to use the same key, right? So one key used by others. That's why it's called pre-shared. The key is being shared. Now, AES. What happens in enterprise? Everyone doesn't have the same password, right? They have their own username and a password, right? So we are not sharing anything here. I have my own username, my password. My colleague is going to have his own username and password. So the kind of wireless security setting is different here. So we use AES, which means now this PSK, where do you store this pre-shared key? Inside the device itself, inside your router, right? So that's where this key is stored. But in AES, it's more complicated, or it's more advanced. You need an authentication server. You need an authentication server, okay? Like Radius, TechX. Now, these are servers where you go and you start adding all the username and data passwords of the employees. Now, when a wireless user wants to get authenticated to a wireless access point, wireless network, now he has to give his own username and password, and this password is checked against this database. If it matches, the user is authenticated. So the username and password is not stored on the wireless routers or the access points. It is stored on a server like Radius or TechX servers. Okay, so this is different from pre-shared key. Pre-shared key is a single key that is being shared among all the users, so that is stored on the wireless router. But AES, which is mostly used in enterprise, where there could be thousands of users with 1,000 username and 1,000 passwords, now you need a centralized database so that whenever a user tries to authenticate, he provides the username and password, and that is checked against this database. If it is correct, he is allowed to be a part of the network. So you need something more, like a third-party server. So even at home, you may find WPA2 AES, but the moment you select WPA2 AES, it will ask you to give the Radius or TechX server IP address. If you don't have, you cannot do much with that option. So you have to go and stick to the WPA2 PSK. So home, we use this. Enterprise, we use this for the employees. Got it?
That's for wireless, right?
This is all for wireless.
All wireless.
The next thing what we have is called open. Open means by default there's no pre-shared key, nothing.
Question.
All you need to do is connect to that SSID, you're connected. Yeah.
And if you have a wireless connection at work, right? Can you synchronize the authentication with the Windows password so that it's easy for the user to recognize, oh, it's the same password as your Windows? Or not?
It will not be the same password as Windows. I will not say it cannot be. Network admins will never set it like that. Wireless users will be put on to a completely different VLAN most of the times. Okay, and they will be given a different passwords. Mostly it will be like a pre-shared key, something like that. So it's not going to be Windows username and password.
Because I've never seen, for wireless, never seen that people use different passwords, even at work.
Because life is easy
Yeah.
when you stick to WPA to PSK. Okay. Now, say for example, you are working in IT department and you have an access point, and you know that this wireless access is restricted. I'm not giving this wireless access to everyone. I'm giving this access to my director, my manager, and all the IT people. So the best way is go and configure a WPA to PSK and just share the pre-shared key with these 7 people or 10 people. That's it. And just make sure that they don't pass over this key to others. Now this configuration is so easy. Okay, it just takes a minute to configure. But if you feel okay, whatever we are going to connect to is very, very secure, and there is a possibility that the key could be exchanged with someone else, and if that happens, the whole security comes into a big question mark, then you're taking a risk. So that means you should not be going for a PSK. If that is going to result you in job loss, then you cannot go for PSK. Then you have to go for AES. But the moment you decide you will go for AES, then your job is a little bit more. Now you have to go and configure the TechAx and Radius. You need to go and enable port number 1812, 1813, and it's a lot of work. That's why you don't see it more. If it is really secure, yeah, but most of the time you will not see wireless being required to be so secure. They just leave it to pre-shared key, because there are other mechanisms. Why? I will show you. If I want only 7 people to connect, and if I know that one of the person could share his key with someone else, I can still restrict that user from connecting to my wireless network. There are still possibilities. So I will go with what makes my life easy. I have better things to do than this. So right.
Yeah.
So I'll stick with
And it's
PSK.
probably costly too, because you have to have a server dedicated to this.
Small size companies will never have a Radius server. It's a waste of money. Alright, so I'll just show you basic configuration of the wireless router, which you have to know.
So you guys do this course also in one weekend, like a boot camp or something?
A plus no.
Oh,
CCNA.
CCNA and
I
CCNP.
want to take it, and 1 week is.
No, they say
people-
experienced people, right?
Yeah, if you are already aware of everything, you just want to brush it up, yeah, then that works. Otherwise, very, very hard.
Yeah, yeah. Do you guys have that option before? No, so I don't know. Like before a test, you can do a 1 week, then bang, and then.
No one requests for that
No.
boot camp for
I'm
A+.
just asking.
No, we don't do that. Yeah, CCNA we do a lot. Every month we do it.
If you register for CCNA, the long term, the weekends, can then you join one of the weekly as a refresher before the test?
You can take it free for next 6 months.
Oh.
You can repeat free. Any course.
You guys are good with this?
Everyone has signed the attendance sheet?
No.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk about some of the features that you need to know. Alright. Okay, So this is a typical, not a high-end Soho router. Okay, so you see all these firmware, hardware version which we are not concerned about. This is the MAC address of the port for this wireless router. Now this wireless router has 4 LAN, like most of the wireless routers, they have LAN ports. Now we know what is a LAN, to connect devices through wire, right, within your network. So every router comes with a few LAN ports. So this router has 4 LAN ports and wireless configuration. Now, okay, so this is the first page and it just gives some basic information. Now you see the LAN. So that's the MAC address of the NIC card which is inside that, and the IP address. This is the default IP that the device comes with, 192.168.1.1. So this is a kind of like a brand new or a factory reset device. So which has 192.168.1.1 IP. Now if you buy this product and if you take it out of the box, it will have this IP address by default, so that you can get in and start configuring whatever you would like to. So what you need to do, you need to change your device. So I'm connecting this router through a cable to my laptop, and I need to make sure I give an IP within the same network. So if you look at my wired IP, it will be 192.168.1.100. And what is my wireless device IP address? 192.168.1.1. So it should be in the same network. So 192.168.1, that has to be the same. The other numbers can be different. Okay, so that's my, only if you configure that, you can get into this page. Otherwise, you will not be able to get into this page. All you will see is page cannot be displayed. Okay, make sure you connect your device with the same IP network. Now, coming to wireless, this is what you need to know. Now, wireless radio, it has to be enabled. Okay, sometimes it can be disabled, sometimes it can be enabled, but make sure it has to be enabled, because only then it means your device is ready to transmit the wireless signal. Okay, if you disable it, no wireless signals. Okay, your wired device will work. Devices that are connected to wired to the device, to the router, will work perfectly, but wireless signals, wireless devices will not work. Next is the name. This is most important, the SSID. SSID stands for Service Set Identifier. That is the name that you see for your wireless network you're going to set. Okay, your neighbors, whenever you go and into your mobile device wireless settings, you see a lot of names, right? Wireless signals. When you go to Tim Hortons, you see Tim Hortons Guest or something like that. So that name is called as the SSID. So this, it says TP-Link whatever. This is the default name given by the vendor, which you can always go and change it as per your requirement. And you see the channel. By default, the vendor has set to channel 6. Now, if you want, you can just stick to it. If you want to change, you can either change it to 1 or 11. But you will see the list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 11. You will see sometimes they may even have it up to 14, but 11 is the standard. But always stick to 1, 6, or 11 for a better performance. Now, if you're going to ask me, okay, since it's not since it's regulated, if I use channel 2, is it possible that I will be arrested? No. Okay, you will not be arrested for that, but you are not going to have a very good performance.
How are you going to change it right now?
Yeah, I'll show you. Channel width, you don't have to, no, MAC address again for the wireless. Now, you'll see a lot of information here. Now, if you go to the wireless, okay, wireless settings, basic wireless settings. Now here is where you can change the SSID. Now, in case if you turn on your mobile now, if you go into your wireless settings, you will see this SSID in your mobile at this moment, TP-Link F01934. You will see this. Now I can go and change this to A plus. Okay, I'm giving a name to my wireless network as A plus, and I can select whatever the country. Now, okay, so this shows 1 till 11. Okay, so since it's set to United States, let me check if I set it to Japan, because Japan I think has see, when I set it to Japan, it's up to 13. So every country changes. Okay, so they set their own rules and regulations. But for the exam, you are questioned based on North America. Okay, so Japan uses 4 non-overlapping channels. They say it as non-overlapping channels, but you cannot get more than 3, but they use it. But we don't worry about Japan. Now, okay, so you always go to, so if you have a Linksys router or a TP-Link or Bell, you will see the page different, okay, but the settings like wireless settings, they are standard. Okay, somewhere you will see an option called wireless setting. So you just click on that wireless setting, you will see an option to have or give your SSID name. You'll be asked to select a region, the channel. You can set to, I can set it to 1, I can set it to 11, and enable wireless radio router. Router radio. So that's where we saw that enable SSID broadcast. Now these two are different. Now the first checkbox is your actual what I can say, enabling of your wireless completely. So if I disable this, there's no wireless at all. The wireless is not going to work for your router. Okay, enable wireless router radio. Now, what about this? Enable SSID broadcast. Have you heard about the term hidden SSID?
Yeah.
Now, if I disable this checkbox and if I click save, now your wireless still works, but the thing is, when you scan, you will not see the name of A plus. Okay, I'm just hiding it from users, but it's when people tend to think, okay, this is a security method. It's not security, because I can still get to know what are the SSIDs that are being configured through, again, freeze. There are so many free softwares available. I can get to know, but you can use this for troubleshooting method or something like that. Okay, but this just hides your SSID from being broadcasted, but wireless still works. So if anyone wants to connect, simple, go to your wireless settings. There will be an option called add. So now you have to provide the name and the password. Before, you just need to give the password. Now you have to give both the name and the password. So that's it, nothing much. So all I need to do is save. Selecting the incorrect country may cause interference and other devices. Yeah. Okay, so I have to reboot the router. So once I reboot the router, the changes will be affected. Okay, A plus. Now let me not reboot now. Now wireless security. So disable security if I don't need anything. Yeah. Web. Never go for web. WPA, WPA2. So all you need to know for your exam is, now since you select WPA, WPA2, now by definition it may select for AES or TICIP. Now if you select AES, you need to give the radius server IP address. And at home, we will not have a radius server, or even small offices, we will not have a radius server. So we will not go for this option. We will go for the WPA PSK, PA or PA2 PSK, so that we can just go and type a passphrase. Okay, Sysnet A plus. Now if I set that as my password, now all the users who would like to connect to the A plus SSID should give the passphrase as Sysnet A plus. That's it. Okay, this is the most easiest, because all I need to do is I just need to give this name. That's it. But if I go here, I need to give a radius server IP, the port, the password, and I need to have a server with the same password configured. It's a lot of work. Unless and until it's required, don't go for the WPA or WPA2 PSK AES. This is for home. For enterprise, we will stick to the WPA2 PSK AES. whatever. Okay, so that's the basic wireless setting. This is the security. Now, this is very important. Wireless MAC filtering. Even you can do it at home if you want. Now, if you know that, okay, I have 5 wireless devices in my home, 2 laptops, 3 mobile phones. Now, if I suspect, okay, beyond these 5 devices, someone else is trying to connect, probably someone else knows my password and they're trying to use my bandwidth. Now, how can I restrict any device other than these 5 connecting to my wireless network? It's very simple. Wireless MAC filtering enabled. Now, you can go and add all your known 5 wireless devices MAC addresses here, and you can give any description and you can save. What happens is,
The outsiders,
sorry, no,
Oh,
okay, yours.
you're allowed.
Your known devices MAC address, you can go and add it here, probably 5 or 6. Now, the moment you have all those 6 MAC addresses added, now whenever a data traffic comes, whenever someone is trying to connect, they will connect, okay? Now, when they send up traffic data, it has to come to the router and it will check the source MAC address against this database. If the source MAC address doesn't match, their traffic is not allowed. So even though they are connected, they cannot utilize your bandwidth because they cannot send the data. Okay, so MAC address filtering is one option, a very good security option with respect to the Soho routers.
So if I want to add my laptop, let's say in the basement that is wired, and I have to put 2 MAC address, right?
Yep,
The
wired and wireless.
wired, both. Okay.
Yeah, you got to put both. So this is something called wireless MAC filtering. Okay, so in general, okay, MAC address filtering. That's it.
Same with the printer. Like you have
Any
to,
device.
You have to put it in the.
Any device. There's no partiality between laptops and printers. Any wireless device that you want to make sure that, okay, these devices are the only device that can be able to connect and send the data, you can go and add it here. Okay.
How are you going to MAC address with a phone, smartphone?
Settings. It will be in your settings, not wireless settings. In general settings, you will have your MAC address.
From the smartphone?
Yeah. You should get your MAC address. Yes. All right. So again, I said your wireless router is a DHCP server on its own. It has a DHCP service. Now, this is the DH. If you want to change the DHCP, I mean the IP address, if you don't like the number 192.168.1, obviously you can go and change it here. Okay, under the DHCP settings. Okay, start IP address. Now this is the IP address that you are giving it to your wireless devices at home. Okay, 192.168.1.100 till 199. Lease time. I said whatever IP address has been given, it comes with a lease period, right? So here it is set as, by default, right? It's set as 2 hours. Default gateway. Now you will see this IP and this IP are the same. Obviously it has to be the same because every traffic is going through your router. Okay, and if you want to give, we can give any DNS server. Mostly at home we cannot have our own DNS server. So if you want, you can go and give a public DNS server like 4.2.2.2, and you can give a backup DNS server like 8.8.8.8. Okay. DHCP client list.
Does that help? Does that help? Like putting a DNS.
Anyway, it will work because this is given by your provider, so your queries will be
you're using their server.
answered by your provider. It doesn't matter. Now you can check your clients who are all connected. So these are all the clients currently connected. Address reservation. You can reserve any addresses. Okay, I don't want these addresses to be given dynamically. Again, you can do that. Now forwarding, port forwarding. Now you'll see forwarding, port triggering. Now these are options. I will explain in the board. Now there's two things called port forwarding and port triggering. if I have, say for example, server, web server, connected to my router, and this is connected to the internet. Now this is, say, the sysnet.ca web page is loaded here, and you are trying to access this web page from home. You are probably in Toronto, this is probably in Mississauga. Now, when you say sysnet.ca in your web browser, now your computer will not understand what name it is, so it goes to the DNS, it gets an IP, so say for example 24.211.198.21. So with that IP address, it goes to the internet. The provider next, what they do, they divert the traffic to, this is Sysnet network, LAN. So they know that, okay, the traffic has to be diverted up to here. Now, this is my company's web server, and I have built this so that people from any part of the world can access my web page. For anyone to access this web page, this needs a public IP, right? So that's the public IP I have bought for this sysnet.ca. But I will have a concern about my own security. If I give access to this server with the same public IP, now anyone can directly access, which I don't want to. Now what I do is, I will configure that IP address here, the 24 dot IP address here. And what I will say is, what I will instruct this router is, if anyone is coming with the destination IP as this, with the destination port as port number 80, what does 80 stands for? HTTP. Now divert the traffic to the web server. Now web server's IP address could be 10.1.1.1. Actual web server's IP is a private IP. Okay, but no one in the outside world will know that. Everyone knows this is the IP address that this server has been configured to. Now the reason why I am not configuring that, there are two reasons. One is security. Second, I can save my public IP addresses. Why? Say for example, I have an email server. Now if I want email server to be accessed by the public, now I have to go and buy a public IP again for this email server. So I need two public IPs. So probably it may cost another $1,000 for me every month, which I will not do. So what I will do, I will again go here and I will say, if anyone, I will say everyone, the public IP for email server and the web server is the same. But if anyone is trying to access the email, now they have to use either POP3 or IMAP or the SMTP, right? So the port number changes. So it can be now port number 143 or 110 or 25. If anyone comes with a destination IP as the same public IP, but a different port number, then divert the traffic to the email server. So this is called port forwarding. Look at the port number and forward the traffic to the respective device. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, I'm not exposing these two devices to the outside world directly.
So what will the user type? Same
User
address?
types only this, the same address. Okay, the user types the same address. Now if you want to access the web server, how can a web server be accessed? Only through a browser. He should open an Internet Explorer or a Firefox or a Safari or a Chrome. Now the moment he opens any of these browsers, automatically the port number 80 is selected. Now he cannot access the email server through port number 80. He has to choose SMTP or POP3 or IMAP. It happens automatically. So user doesn't have a control over this. And if the traffic comes here, it will come with a specific port number, and my router can deviate the traffic accordingly. That is port forwarding. Okay. Now this is what we use mostly in enterprises. Now if you take Google, Google may have 20 servers. It's not that Google will have a public IP given to that particular device. Those devices are configured with their own private IP, like 10 dot or 172 dot or 192 dot. Okay, but they do port forwarding most of the times. The best example is we have a rack on the other room, a rack built with all those routers and switches. Now that rack is for mainly CCNP students who are doing lab from home. Okay, so they are at home and they want to access the servers here. Now there are 4 racks, so that I can give those to 4 users to access simultaneously. Now I cannot go and buy public IPs for those racks because I'm not a multi-billion-dollar company. I cannot spend $1,000 or $2,000 on that. So what I do port forwarding. I have one public IP. That is enough for me, because I go to my core router. I say, if anyone, I give the students the respective information. Whenever you want to access these routers, give this public IP and enter the port number, for example 7100. I will give it to group batch number 1. Batch number 2, I will give 7200 as a port number. So whenever they type this IP address and the port number, my router will forward this traffic to the first rack. Whenever someone types this port number, their forward will be to their traffic will be forwarded to the second rack. If they type in a wrong ID or wrong port number, that's it. They don't get access. So one public IP, I can give any number of access. I'm saving my public IP, 1. Second, I'm securing that.
So they will get a prompt to put the port number?
Yes, you have to. You will be getting, because the software tool that you use, there will be a area where you give the port number. Yeah, I don't think I have the PuTTY. So PuTTY is one of the terminal where you will use to access, and that will have a port number. Okay. So these are things. Now port triggering is not important even for an exam, and people do it very less. Now, but it's again secure. Now this is port forwarding. Port triggering is pretty much the same, but this is like 24/7 open. Even at midnight, if anyone wants to access the system.ca, yeah, you're allowed, because there's no restriction. If you want to access Google web page anytime, yes, it's available, because Google has no restrictions on it. You can access our web page anytime you like. That's what Google says. But something like, okay, someone wants to, okay, my office has a policy, okay, for employees, they can play games, okay, Xbox or something like that, between this time period, 5 to 7, like a relaxation time, I can say. Now, I can do a port triggering for that. Okay, something has to be triggered for that port to be open. For port number like 80, 143, 110, 25. I'm not opening these ports 24/7, 365 days. For security reason, they all will be closed until a trigger is done. Someone has to knock the door. Okay, I would like to access this. Then I will go and open the port number. But it's a bit tricky. Okay, lot of config. It's not easy to configure as it sounds. You will use multiple port numbers, which we don't have to get into that much. But port triggering, as you need to know, is it's not open 24/7. You have to trigger for the port to be open. The moment you say log out or sign out, the port closes. That's it. Okay. So for port triggering, port trigger can happen only when someone knows the actual configuration parameters. It's not for public. If you are an employee, if you are working from home, now before you go home, you will be given some parameters, so that when you use those parameters, the port will be triggered here. Just like that, anyone cannot trigger a port triggering. Okay, you need to know some specific parameters. Okay, so that is triggering. You trigger it. Right. So these are basic things that you need to know for your wireless setup. Network. If you want to change the IP address of your default, so by default, okay, again one thing. Where is that? Okay, you can set the time here. Okay, this is the main thing. Now, whenever you buy the Soho router, it comes with a default username and password. Now, this is the first thing that you have to do whenever you buy, okay, and you get in. By default, everything is admin. If you don't change this, it's easy for your neighbor. If he just comes to know that you are like a Dumbo, you don't know anything. So if he is pretty much sure that you have no way to modify these things, then he will just, all he needs to know is, okay, you're using TP-Link, that's it. Because TP-Link default ID is, IP is what? 192.168.1.1, and username and password is admin. Now he is into this, and he can completely block your access. So only he will be able to access your network. You will not be able to access. Okay. So always go and change this first. Okay. You can change the username, password, whatever. Do this first, and you can set the other stuff later. Okay. So this is apart from that, you don't have to do anything. You can do reboot here. So you have configured something on your wireless router, and if you feel that, okay, you have completely messed up, you don't know what. Okay, all you know is you have configured it wrong, and you don't know how to revert it back. So best thing is go and restore to the factory default. It will just come back to the original settings as how you have bought it. Okay, and if there's any firmware to be upgraded, you can upgrade from here. Time settings. So this is all pretty much you need to know for A+. Okay, the basic way of setting your SSID name, channel, your security, your DHCP, the username, password, and yeah, pretty much that's it. Okay.
Good question. If I change the channel on the router, do I need to change the channel from the computer?
No.
Automatic.
It's automatic, because then I said, right, your wireless devices communicates every 100 milliseconds. Now that's called a beacon, and inside that packet, your channel information will be there. Your wireless router will say, if you want to connect to this SSID, you have to choose channel 6. So your computer will automatically move to channel 6. Okay, so now we all know what is SSID, which is nothing but the network name, wireless network name. Now there is something called BSSID, Basic Service Set Identifier. Now this is nothing but your wireless network MAC address. You just need to know that. Okay, BSSID. it's something that is very, it's not being discussed in a huge way. Okay, BSSID is something you will not hear much, but it's good to know what is BSSID. Not to get confused between SSID and BSSID. SSID is what you need to actually know, which is nothing but the network name. But there is something called BSSID, which is Basic Service Identifier, which is nothing but the MAC address of your, I would say, access point. Your routers has a MAC address, right? A wireless MAC address. Now that MAC address is called a Basic Service Identifier. Okay. This comes into picture only when you have wireless setting, or like wireless enterprise settings. In home, how many SSIDs you can have? One. That's all. Only one SSID, only one network name you can have. But in enterprise, it depends on the vendor, you can have a minimum of 8. One for the guest, one for the employee, one for the CEO, one for the HR, one for the IT. You can go and have different networks in enterprise. And that's where this BSSID comes into picture. But at home, we don't worry about it. Now, how many of you are aware of this WPS? Have anyone seen WPS? Even if you buy the latest Bell routers, Rogers, you see the WPS setting in it. Now, this is something that is completely restricted. In the sense, you should not use WPS at all. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing is, what is this WPS? Now, WPS is nothing but an easier way to get connected to your wireless network. If someone wants to just come to your home and wants to connect to your wireless network, in your router, there will be an option that will say WPS. Okay, WPS key. All you need to do is just press that. If you press that, like for example, the Bell routers, they will give a key. And this user has to just put in that key to get connected to it. Now, this is seen as a very, very fundamentally very weak security setting. So, A+ will have only one question related to WPS.
Oh, that's what you do on your phone, right?
Yeah, so you should never ever use WPS setting. That's the right answer for your A+. You should not use two things with respect to wireless. One is WEP, okay, wired equivalent privacy, which you're not supposed to use. The second thing that you're not supposed to use, even when you see an option, is this WPS, because this is one of the most easiest way for a user to get connected to your wireless network. Now, most of the times you will have that code, WPS code, hard coded on a label, okay, on your device itself. So all they need to do is just turn the router, check for the code, type the code in their device, they are connected. They don't need anything else, which is a very, very weak security mechanism. So now they have banned from using it. You should not be using it. Okay, so since it's banned, since it's not recommended to use, so that's all we need to know. Okay.
When you hotspot your phone, you get that WPS key.
Yeah, should not be using it. That's it. QoS. Now this is a very big thing. What does QoS stands for? Quality of service. If you put that in your resume and along with your voice, it's a huge thing. Okay, quality of service. Now, what can you think when you hear the term quality of service? Any answer is fine.
What can you want?
What can you think when I say quality of service?
Maintain certain quality of the service.
That's true in one way. Okay. Long back, like 10 years back, how was our network? What were the devices that you would see in an enterprise network? 10 years back. You will see PCs frequently. and these PCs are connected to a switch and two routers. We still had firewalls. So these are the devices that you were seeing. And what we were doing on those PCs, we were working on something. Okay, we were sending data, receiving data. This is what we pretty much did. So the point to be noted is what we were sending, data, packets, that's it. Now what is today's network? To give a clue, how was the telephone conversations made before 10 years or 15 years? We had an actual telephone, okay, traditional telephone, and we used to make calls. Now what's today? Network is, along with all these traditional devices like PCs, routers, switches, we have something called a VoIP phone. We have something called a VoIP phone.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, so VoIP. What's the differences? Today we have VoIP phones. Now these are not phones. VoIP phone is not an actual phone. It's like a computer. Okay? But when we say computer, it takes the feature of that device. So we still stick to the word VoIP phone. Now what happens is, have you ever seen the connection that is made from the VoIP phone? To which device is it connecting to? How was the traditional phones connected? Traditional phones had RJ11 connected to a telephone jack. Well, how are the VoIP phones connected? Your VoIP phones are connecting to your PC through RJ45. So it is not a telephone. Okay, it's not a telephone anymore. It's like a PC itself. Now, what we do is, when you make a call through VoIP phone, the data that you send, the information, the voice that you are sending is now put into packets. To put it more simple, now if I have a PC connecting to a switch, the data packet is comprised of 10101110, right? Now if I connect this PC to a VoIP phone, now the data packet, what I send, my voice is the data. I'm putting inside the IP packet. There's no difference between the data that is sending by this PC and sending by this VoIP phone. All your voice is converted to bits and put inside an IP packet and going through the network. So now there's no, it's the true globalization. No local, no ISD, it's all the same. All you need is a high-speed, unlimited broadband connection. That's it. You can be on call for 30 days. You will not be charged. Okay? All you need to have is an unlimited connection. That's it. So this is VoIP. Now, why we are learning this with respect to quality of service? 10 years back, we didn't have this technology. Like 15 years back, we didn't have this technology. Now today we have. And for us, this is, say for example, it's an email. This is voice. If you say hello, the other person should be able to hear that immediately, not a second later. Okay? email, people can wait for a minute to get it. Okay, so we as humans know that which is important, which is secondary, which is primary and which is secondary, but devices will not know that. Now we need to come up with a mechanism to educate these devices. Okay, this is important, this is secondary, this is tertiary. Okay, so that can be achieved through something called quality of service. Through this settings, I can say if you get any voice traffic, now that is very, very important. You give the first priority to those voice traffic. Second priority, give it to the video traffic. What happens if you are doing a video conferencing? Your video should not be coming behind the voice. It should be at the same rate, right? So video and voice are given higher priority than the data. So you may have a router here. All the data, so this email, this voice traffic, everything is lining up, packets. Now when everything enters the router, and if you have set quality of service here, now even if the voice is coming behind in the registry, it will be moved first and sent out. Your router keeps checking, is there any prioritized traffic in the queue? If I see, I put that in the front and I send it. And the emails or the data traffic, regular data traffic is pushed back because they can go a bit later. It's fine. But the voice and video traffic should be sent first. That will not happen by default. You got to go and actually set it. Okay, you got to go and set the priority for them. Okay, you will see something like DSCP. Okay, so that is quality of service. Quality of service is a way through which you prioritize your packets, your video packets, your voice packets, when compared to your regular data traffic.
Just like WeChat.
WeChat? What do you do? I have not used WeChat.
WeChat, it means that you still record your message or sound. Exactly your friend listening down and you just go communicate it.
How is that related to quality of service?
No, that's more like an email. That's delayed. You're sending a recording of voice.
Now this is for live,
This for live.
like video conferencing, right? You could
Not
be here.
video.
You could be here. Your colleague could be in, say, Europe. You're talking face to face.
No, not video.
No, I'm saying about quality of the difference between that and
This
this.
one is
You are before a camera. He is before his camera, and you are having a live chat. Okay, so that requires quality of service. Now, if I'm going to record a message and I'm sending it, even if it receives, even if my friend receives after 30 seconds, it's not going to make an impact because we're not having a telephone conversation. I'm sending him some message. That's it. So that doesn't come under quality of service. It's like a texting, right? You send it information, he's going to receive, and he can hear that a voice anytime. Right? So that's good. Alright, so that is all about wireless. Next is internet connection types. Okay. From here, I can pretty much say there are only possible two questions. One is from cable modem, and second is the satellite networking. They never touch DSL or dial-up. Okay, cable modem. That's the type of modem or internet connection type that we use at home these days. Okay. So that's the most common, and the main advantage of that cable modem is you get very high speed. Okay, 100 Mbps, 150 Mbps, it depends, okay, on the plan that you go, but you can send data, voice through that cable modem. You're connecting a cable. Your data is going through a cable to your server, a high throughput. Now DSL is again a very good method, but DSL is a bit expensive because DSL has a very uniqueness. Now, DSL can give you, now, okay, so for a regular user like us, are we downloading much or uploading much? Which service we are using heavily? Are we downloading or uploading? We never care about uploading, okay, so we even don't care about the speed, because it's very rarely that we upload photos regularly to Facebook, but that's it. Right? Nothing much. We don't upload videos very often. So for us, downloading is important. So cable modem provides exactly that. DSL, there are two types, symmetric, asymmetric. Now, DSL can give you both downloading and uploading at the same speed, mainly for enterprises, okay, which requires that. It's expensive, but you will not see any questions related to DSL in your exam, okay. Now we all know dial-up, okay, very high speed. Okay, but it's traditional. I mean, it's a legacy technology. Dial-up, again, it's a very old technology, and we don't use it anymore. Today we use fiber. And there is a major. I'm not sure if you have heard about this. There's a major fiber connectivity going in the other part of the world, connecting Middle East, Asia, and Singapore, Malaysia, under the sea. They're building a huge fiber optic link connecting, and they have plans to expand to Europe and Africa as well, probably future. But a lot of telecom companies, around 10 telecom companies have invested. It costs billions and billions of dollars. So they are working on it. It's already like more than 50-60% done. So fiber is huge. Like they are connecting remote islands. Okay, remote islands where there are huge, considerable amount of population. Okay, so they're giving them a very good internet connectivity. So that's one of the major plan, and it's all about fiber for future. Okay, because you can send everything, data, voice, video, everything can be sent. So fiber is for the future. Now satellite. Now this is one thing you can get it in your exam. Now satellite has some uniqueness when compared to all other Ethernet cable types. What happens if you are in middle of Sahara Desert or Amazon forest? You cannot carry a RJ45, right? So there's no way you can get an internet connectivity through a regular wired or wireless. When I say wireless, it's through radio frequency. You cannot get that. Now the best way where you cannot extend your wired or wireless network is through satellite. Satellite signals can penetrate any part of the world, so satellite can also provide internet connection. But the problem is, it's not going to be as fast as your regular cable modems that provide or fiber optics provide, but the best thing is they can provide internet access in any part of the world, however remote it be it. Okay, they do have some kind of disadvantage, but the advantage is the best thing. The disadvantage is the delay, because the time it takes for your traffic to be sent to the satellite, which is called the uplink, and the time it takes again for the data to travel from the satellite to whatever the device, the downlink, is pretty much high. Okay, so the delay is going to be high, and apart from that, the weather again plays an important part. Okay, if it is a sunny day, everything is fine, but if it is cloudy, raining, your signals are going to get corrupted. Okay, so that is another thing. So, but there is again an alternate for worst case scenarios. That is a satellite communication. So what kind of question you can expect? What is the disadvantage with the satellite cable internet connectivity? So delay. Delay is what they are going to focus on.
And cost, right?
Sorry? Yeah, cost. You need to buy.
Fiber cost as well, but just put them in. You said it's still going on.
Yeah, fiber is like you share with many, right? But satellite is something like you're not going to share it with many.
If you're gonna be a contractor just to put those fibers, you're already rich, you don't need nothing.
Alright, so that is about satellite. ISDN is still being used, but you don't get any questions about ISDN. Okay, so you don't have to worry about ISDN. Cellular networks. We started with 2G. Hope people remember 2G. Now we moved to 3G and the LTE, which is primarily called as the 4G. Okay, there was something called 3.5. Okay, but it didn't pick up.
But what is this? What does it mean?
Generation, second generation, third
Ah.
generation,
Oh,
fourth
yeah.
generation. G stands for generation. Yeah, they're just working on to provide better. See how they can provide a better
Right.
throughput. It's by everything happens because of the coding technique. Now, if anyone are from electrical and electronics background, anyone? Okay, you would have learned about DSSS, OFDM. No.
It's
Okay.
too much background.
All right. So the telecommunication people, they don't play with everything. They just play with these coding techniques. They try to innovate some better coding techniques so that they're just finding a way how I can put a lot of bits per second. How I can transmit a lot of bits per second, and this can be achieved through better techniques. Okay, initially, so how did we learn? So we learned that 802.11b gave 11 Mbps, whereas 802.11g, which is also working in 2.4, gave 54 Mbps. Now, only change what they did was the coding technique. They adapted to something what .11a was using. So they just increased the throughput. And after that, in .11n, they went for a completely new technique. Now that gave 600 Mbps. They're not changing the frequency here. They're still sticking to the 5 and 2.4. But the change what they are making is the technique. Even the service providers, they play with these, or they innovate the coding techniques between this 2G, 3G, 4G. So they're not changing the frequency much.
Just the amount of data on that wave.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we all know
How-
32-bit, we all know 64-bit. That is a 84-bit being used. The Lenovo mobile is coming with an 84-bit processor. Okay, so things are happening. Now they can put 84 bits per cycle, right? So it's more data now.
It's already fast, so where it's gonna be like much faster. But where are you gonna use this speed for what?
Which speed?
Of the information of the
The
data.
2G, 3G?
No, the 84 bits.
I mean, just to show that your processor is better than the others. You may not be able to see visually, okay, this is what the difference, because what happens if the difference is in microseconds? If an application opens in 200 microseconds, your application may now open in 150 microseconds. Okay, that's a significant improvement, but for you end users, at the end of the day, 50 microseconds is nothing much, right? But you have to advertise you have to sell your product. All right, so okay, don't worry about this part. The only two questions what you're going to get is either related to the cable modem or with related to the satellite. Okay, you don't get any questions from here. WiMAX, worldwide interoperability for
I guess right, so we can have a word with Rodel, please. Hi there, can you hear me, please? Thank you.
how did I spell? I spelled Roda or
Like the mesh
okay, it's fine. Okay, WiMAX, worldwide interoperability for microwave access. Now this is not for end users. Okay, this is not for end users like us. So large scale wireless network, like you would have heard about MAN. Did you heard about MAN, Metropolitan Area Networks?
Yeah.
So this is like a next level of that, okay? But this is wireless, okay? So through wireless you can provide. Okay, so this is still being used. Like for example, if you have an office in Mississauga, and if you have a branch office in like 10-kilometer radius, now you can have a microwave link between your office and your branch office, and you can have a LAN connectivity extended. That is happening through wireless. Cheaper, and you don't have to spend much for the cable connection or the cables for 10 kilometers. Now all you need is a powerful microwave access. That's it. It cannot go beyond beyond a certain range. For example, I think it's 30 miles radius, but I never believe A plus numbers. So because wireless can go even beyond 60 kilometers or 80 kilometers sometimes. It all depends on the type of antenna that you're using. Okay, but this microwave access is for something like you can connect two of your offices which are not separated by 100 kilometers, which are less than 100 kilometers apart. You can connect these two offices through a microwave link. Okay, it's a very sharp directional antenna that is being used. So your wave is not going to be spreaded in 360 degrees like your home wireless router. It is going to pinpoint, it's going to concentrate all its energy in one direction. So you have to set the antenna, both the antennas, so that they are looking at each other and the signal is sent. So that is the microwave access. You get a lot of throughput because obviously it's between offices, right? All right, next is network types. We know LAN, local area network, devices that are connected within a building or a group of buildings. Now LAN, that's what the size differs. Most of the LAN we talk about is, okay, if I say LAN, now this SysNet office is a LAN network. Now just have a PCPI there, they have their own LAN. Now if you go to San Jose and if you look at the Cisco campus, now people will think, okay, if anyone says, okay, the whole Cisco there is a LAN, because you know Cisco there, they have like 16 to 17 different buildings. You need a car to travel, and it's under one LAN. People will not. It's very hard to believe. How can LAN be so big? So LAN can be bigger as well. They have deployed fiber optics under the soil, like connecting all the 17 buildings. I think it's one of the biggest LAN network that you can see in the world. Cisco's headquarters in San Jose. Now that's one of the huge LAN network that you will see. Usually LAN network will not be so big. Okay, so that is one big example. If anyone talks about, okay, a LAN can be only within a building, many think, because 99% of the offices exist only within a building, right? So maximum is building, but it can go even beyond buildings. It's not about the physical, it's about the logical structure, how you have the devices connected. So that is a LAN. Now the moment you connect your network to a service provider, that's the endpoint of your LAN network. That's the actual boundary. The moment you connect your network to a service provider like Bell or Telus, your LAN finishes. That's the end. We call it as a demarcation point. You know what is a demarcation point? Demarcation point is nothing but the boundary between you and your service provider. If you call, say for example, you wake up one day, you turn on your laptop, internet is not working, you immediately call your service provider, and he is just going to sit in his place and do some test, and he may say, okay, everything is fine from our end. You go and check, internet is still not working, and he's saying, okay, everything is fine, everything is working from our end. Now how can he say that when still your internet is not working? Now he is going to test all his devices up to the demarcation point, which is nothing but the socket that is at your home, the wall jacket, right? So up to there, he just makes sure everything, because these are the devices that your service provider owns. If everything works fine, it's not his job anymore. It's something to do with your device. Check with your device or the cable that you're connecting. So we call it as a demarcation point. That's the technical term. Okay, it's a boundary between you and your service provider. So that is very, very important. Okay, so that divides your LAN and your service provider. Now, what is WAN? Two local area networks connecting through a service provider is called a wide area network. Okay, I have headquarters in Toronto. I have a branch office in Montreal. I cannot connect these two offices by own, so I will depend on a service provider. So this is a LAN and this is a LAN, and the complete connectivity is called as a WAN. Okay, that's the biggest network type you have today. Okay, it can extend from one part of the world to the other part of the world. So WAN doesn't have a boundary. It can be as small as Toronto to Mississauga, or it can be from Toronto to Sydney. Okay, still it's called a WAN. PAN is the smallest network area. I think we discussed this. PAN means your data connectivity between your mobile device to your car entertainment system, or your wireless printer to your mobile, or between two mobile devices. So within your own personal area. So that is your personal area network. What technology you use to connect these two devices for data transfer in wireless? If you're using wireless to transfer the data within a PAN, what are the technology? What is the legacy and the current one?
Bluetooth and infrared.
Yeah, infrared was the legacy. Bluetooth is the current one. Okay. MAN, again, it's a metropolitan area network. Again, this is, as the name says, it's only used for the metropolitan areas. Not all metropolitan areas, only a few. Now, you don't get any questions. You may get a question on PAN. PAN is very important. Okay.
PAN?
Yeah, personal area network.
Yes, connection. Yes, first.
All right. Network topologies. Okay, so network topologies, it's nothing but it defines the way how you have to connect devices within a network. Okay, that is a standard by which you have to connect the devices within a network. Okay, so that the communication can happen between n number of devices. Now, it all started with a technology called bus topology. Okay. Now, all you need to know is bus topology consisted of a very long, thick coaxial cable. Okay, considered like a bus. Now, it's a very long, thick coaxial cable. Now, if you want to connect computers or any devices, what you do, you provide connectivity through a T connector. Like that. That's called the T connector. The name it gets is because of it resembles the letter T. Now, all the devices which has to be connected or which has to be a part of the network are just going and connecting to the one long straight, no, it's not straight, one long coaxial cable, just like a bus. Bus goes from north to south. Now, if you want to travel, you just board the bus and you get off wherever you want to get off. So you get up get on. So if you want to send any traffic, it goes like this. That's it. If you want to send any traffic to here, it goes like this. But everything is happening through one single coaxial cable. If you want to be a part of the network, you go and connect that device to that cable. That's a coaxial cable. Now this is the first generation. So we all have to remember that networking started with coaxial cable. We didn't start with twisted pair. We didn't have RJ45 in the beginning. This is like years and years back. Okay, so we used coaxial cable initially. Then we moved on to the twisted pair, and we had the RJ45s coming in. But it all started with the bus topology. Today we don't use bus topology. Okay, so bus is the first topology that we were using. Now we used a ring topology. As the name says, devices are connected. Now in bus, I said there is a coaxial cable, right? Now obviously the coaxial cable will have an end. Now they have to be this is where you have the devices connected in a bus. But the end of the cable has to be connected to a terminator, something called a terminator, which means that signals the end of the cable. Okay, so that when a device sends a traffic, it can go in this direction, but it is not going to come here and loop back. Okay, so we had terminators. But in ring topology, this device is connected here, this device is connected to this device, and this device is connected to this device. So it is not having any terminators, but it is going to loop around. Okay, the data is sent in one direction. Now both bus and ring had a common disadvantage. What is that? Because of the cabling, there is a huge disadvantage. It's called single point of failure. If this cable fails, everything fails. If this cable fails, everything fails. Okay, so we don't use bus, we don't use ring. There's a topology called star. Now this is where they introduced an intermediate device, and devices will connect to this intermediate device through individual cables. Okay, now this was first initially hub. Okay, so devices were connecting to the centralized device called a hub. That's star topology. Okay, now if a cable fails, it impacts only that user. Okay, although if the device fails, everything is gone, but a single point of failure for the cable is not there. That's a star topology. Now many believe that whatever we are using today, it's a star topology. It's half true. In reality, we are not using a star topology as it is. We are using something called hybrid. Hybrid is what we are using these days. Okay, hybrid means combining two existing technologies, two or more. Now what we are using is combination of star and bus. Okay, combination of star and bus. Now if I replace this hub with a switch, now actually this is how our devices are connected. We just connect all the devices to the ports in the switch. So this is automatically a star. Now why it's not purely star? To be a pure star, now our switches will not come under the category, because if you look from outside, Now, for example, that switch. Now, all the cables are just connecting to that switch. That's it. So from outside, it's just a star. But if you look inside a switch, there is a bus, and all the ports are connected like this. Okay, so when you connect all the laptops or PCs or printers, now the data traffic is going through a bus. So that's something internal. The bus is internal, but from outside it's a star. So it's a hybrid technology is what we are using. Okay. If you say star, still accepted in many places, but actually it is star bus topology. We initially had something called star ring, which resembled like this. But it never picked up. It had a lot of issues, the star ring topology.
With the bus connection, if you don't put the terminator, what happens?
Sorry?
If there is no terminator for the bus connection?
You will have data loss, replication of data. You need to have a terminator. We had, for sure. All right. You don't get much questions from here. All right, network devices. Sorry, yeah.
But still, if you look at the ports from the switch, they look like a bus connector.
If you
If you look, they look like a bus connector, like in one line. If port one, for example, is full, it doesn't affect port two.
no, it doesn't affect port 2. Data is not going to flow through port number 1. That's it.
But if you look inside the switch, it looks like a bus.
Okay. The thing is, if port 1 is fault, the fault is here. Got it? The fault is not here. If a device here wants to send a traffic to a device here, here is where it's not going to get dropped. If a device wants to send a traffic to here, it's too slow. All right.
What happens if there's something wrong with the board?
Some-
The whole thing is gone.
Yes, switch is gone.
Yeah.
But the bus thing, yeah, that means the switch is gone. But that is very, very, very rare. Very rare for a device to go wrong like that. Before that, the end of support will come for the device. Cisco devices will easily come for, I mean, the chances of the whole hardware to go down,
The board.
it's like I would say 1 in thousands of devices, 1 in thousands. Mostly the switches that you buy will work without any issues for 6 years, 10 years, without any issues. Without any issues with the bus. Probably a port may fail, okay, but the question about the switch failing, it's very, very rare. Before that, your product will go into end of support and you would have upgraded your product.
Smart. The design obsolescence. If you design it to be obsolete, to
One
buy
of the
new.
network.
So you buy a new.
Yeah, you cannot sustain with the legacy.
Smart.
So, like they say, you cannot have a better production with the Windows 2002. Still, right? You got to be having at least 2008 or 2012. You should have moved, because if you are still sticking to the legacy, you're not getting many features that are associated with the latest thing. So when you move your software, you move your Exchange, you move your mail, you move your Office. Everything is moved. You get a better productivity. So it's all like that. Cisco will say, okay, these are going to give you 10 Mbps, or 100 Mbps, but by the latest one, you get 10 gig now. There are switches which give you 100 gigs these days. Core switches give 100 gigs, each port 100 gigs.
Just to be on Facebook.
It's so huge. I mean, they are expensive though, obviously. All right, network devices. We pretty much know these network devices. All you need to know is what are they doing inside in a network. Hub. the first device that we can talk about is a hub. When we come from lower to upper hierarchy, a hub is working at layer 1. It's called as a repeater. All it does is it regenerates that signal strength and sends it. Okay. We don't use hub these days. Hubs have been replaced by switches. Okay, switches are layer 2 device. When I say layer 2, MAC addresses reside at layer 2. So that is the relation between switch and MAC address. Means switch works on MAC addresses. Okay, switch is not a dumb device. It has got some intelligence added to it. When compared to a hub, hub doesn't have any intelligence, but switch has little bit, which means it has a table called a MAC table. It stores all the device's MAC address which are connected to that device. And what is it going to do with this MAC address? If I get a packet from port 1, and if the packet is supposed to be given to port 24, now by looking at the MAC address, I will directly send that packet to the port. What happens if I don't have that table? Then I have to give it to everyone, right? So that is eliminated by having a MAC address table. Okay, so I can know by looking at the source MAC and destination MAC, I will directly send that packet to that particular destination. Okay, so that saves a lot of processing. Next is a layer 3 device called a router. Now, router is a layer 3 device, which means it has more intelligence than a switch. Now, it can look at the IP address. Now, that's the reason why we have a router. If you want to connect more than one network, 10 network, 172 network, 192 network, and internet, now these are different numbers. So this device need to have some intelligence with respect to the numbers. Switches doesn't have intelligence with respect to numbers. So that's the reason we use a router. So the source address is 10, destination address is 172, then router has its own table called routing table, and it takes a decision. It knows where 172 is, so it will divert the traffic or deliver the packet to that particular network. It knows where the internet is, so it goes and gives it here.
It doesn't have to be your internal network, right?
Which one?
It doesn't have to be the same network. Let's say the headquarters and a branch office. It can be any network.
Okay, this is one office. This is your headquarters.
Within the office.
Yeah, this is within the office. Because if you are talking about your branch office, then it's a WAN. Then it has to go through the ISP, internet.
Yeah.
So here you may have a router again.
Router?
Sorry?
It will go from router to router, right?
Yes. This becomes the edge router. The last router from your network connecting to your ISP. Here you will have a last router connecting to the ISP. So these two are called edge routers. So packet from here goes to your edge router, goes to ISP, enters through this edge router, goes here and delivers here.
So the router is able to identify not only 10, 172, 182 within your office, but other.
Okay, here you may have again 110 network, 192 network, right? This is what you're asking. Okay, so it will not automatically come to know. It will automatically come to know about your networks within your LAN.
Yeah.
If you want to do something like this, then you need to go for the VPN. Most commonly IPsec VPN, that's what we use sometimes. MPLS, DMVPN. There's so many technologies. But without this, traffic from here will not go here.
without VPN.
Need to have VPN connectivity. Otherwise, your office and your headquarters and branch office are going to be like two different entities. They're not two different entities. They are your own companies,
Yeah.
but physically separated. But logically, you want to treat them as if they are existing within the same building. That's the whole purpose of
Yeah.
having the WAN connectivity. So we will, even though physically this site and this site are connected between an untrusted network, logically what we do is we establish a tunnel from here to here. So all the data is flowing in a very secured way, which even the ISP will not be able to look into. ISP will only see a tunnel that is going from your side to the other side. All your data traffic is going inside the tunnel. So you have to configure now all the networks on both ends. That is router. WAP. WAP is nothing but wireless access point. Now at home we don't call it as an access point, we call it as a router, wireless router. But at enterprise level we don't call anything as, we don't have any device which is called as wireless router. There's no device like that. We have access points. Because enterprise is huge, we are not confined to one or two rooms, it's confined to one building. So to have wireless access completely throughout the building, you need more than one kind of wireless device. And the best thing is wireless access points. Okay, so we are not we're not going to go in depth. So wireless access points are different from wireless routers. That's all you need to understand. Okay, wireless routers are used for home purpose or for very, very small office where there are only about 10 to 15 users. Anything more than that, you will not see wireless routers, you will see wireless access points. Okay, you can have any number of access points. There can be companies which has 5 access points, there can be companies which has 5,000 access points.
Is that the one that they install in every so that you can have?
Yeah,
connectivity?
it's a very common example is I have seen here is Tim Hortons. Whenever you go to Tim Hortons, somewhere you can see a small device attached to the ceiling. Yes, it's a small device just attached to the ceiling, and that is what giving you all the wireless coverage. Bridge.
So that's your wireless access point.
Wireless access point. Yeah, AP. We call it as. Generally, we call it as WAP. All right. Bridge. Now, bridge is something that came before the switches came. Okay. So when we were moving from hub, from layer 1 to layer 2, and before switches were there, we used bridges, but today we never use bridge for wired. Bridges are used in wireless, which is a pure layer 2, similar to a switch, but switches are far better than a bridge. That's why bridges have completely gone away from wired networks. You don't have to worry much about bridges because we are not dwelling too much into wireless. But always remember, bridges came before switches, which works exactly like a switch. But major difference I could say, now switches minimum today they come with like 12 port, 24 port, 48 port, 100 plus ports. But bridges had 6 ports, 8 ports, that's it. We never had 20 ports or 40 ports bridges. And they are slower than switches. So we took off bridges, we continue with switches today. Okay.
If you have one of these, right? And these have, you said 20 ports, right?
That is 24 port.
You need more. You put another switch.
Yeah,
and then
I need another switch, or I can go and buy a 48 port switch.
How do you connect it here? To one in the front or one of those here?
I have a switch. If I want to add another switch, This is port number 0, port number 24. This is port number 0. This is port number 24. Now all I need to do is connect like this.
Oh.
Any port.
0, 0,
Or 5 to 10. It doesn't match. It doesn't need to match. It's nothing like matching. I can connect 24 to 0. All what is required is you need one port from this switch has to connect to another port on that switch, and the configuration between those two ports has to be the same. That's the only requirement.
So when you configure the switch, say this port is for the connection between the.
Yes, you have to say that. Otherwise, the data is not going to flow.
He's gonna think it's like out. It's gonna go to the desk.
No. They cannot automatically think, okay,
Use the switch.
you can connect any port to any port, but you need to have required configurations.
So there
to
is
be done.
certain program that allows you to access the interface of the switch.
Yes, obviously, yes. That's where we studied, but Telnet and SSH. You take a Telnet or SSH into these devices and you start configuring them. Okay. We know about modem. All right, NAS. Now NAS is actually very big today. If you see any system administrators, okay, system administrators' main role is on the NAS, network attached storage. Now we have moved a lot into virtualization these days, like data center, everything is virtualized. We don't have, before we had a separate device, PCs like this called servers, and we were running Windows 2008 and Windows 2012. Nowadays, if you get into a company, a mid-size, a decent company, now you will not see anything like this. There's no PCs today acting as servers. We have moved from servers to something called blades, BLADE, blades. Now, what happens is today, we are running all those windows in a virtualized manner. Now, in future, probably 5-10 years, we will not see probably routers. Firewalls are being taken away these days. When I say taken away, physically, okay, because everything is now virtualized. All you need is the operating system. So this switch, without an operating system, is just a piece of metal. Any device without the software is just a piece of metal, a plastic or steel. Now, so what is more important is that software. So we are moving that software to virtualization. Okay, so the NAS is very important these days. You are building a huge storage for your organization. That's a huge storage which is going to be connected a part of your network. This is the NAS. Network attached storage could be 40 TB in size, and all your network people are going to have access to that network attached storage. All the company's information are going to be inside this. You retrieve information, whatever you require from that NAS. Network. It can be in cloud, it can be an actual storage, but these days that much amount is not provided through cloud. Mostly you see in your actual company itself. Eventually NAS will also be in cloud, the whole storage capacity. Everything is moving to cloud technology these days. Okay.
So this NAS is like a big, like hard drives and stuff like that.
Yes. Combination of all those hard drives put into one place with a huge capacity.
Where you use the RAID and all that stuff to make sure that
Yes.
you run the data and all
Yes. Here again you see the RAID 1.
that. Here, right?
Yeah. Mostly you will see RAID these days. So network attached storage is so huge these days. Probably the next edition of A+ will have these probably.
A RAID array is a NAS.
No, in NAS you
Yeah.
use RAID concept. So that, for example, if you have 40 TB, now you use RAID 1, so that 20 TB you use for actual storage, and you mirror the 20 TB on the with the actual data.
Okay.
Okay, you use RAID on those. Those devices come with RAID technology, RAID 1, RAID 1.5 or RAID 1.0. Okay. There are so many other types of RAID, RAID 6, RAID 7, there are so many other RAIDs which we don't study, because RAID 1 is what is mostly used. Okay, it's cheaper. Mirroring is cheaper.
How do you connect? So NAS is a server?
Or NAS is a huge thing. Now, the connectivity between NAS and your network is through fiber optic. It's through fiber optic. That's why you will see fiber cables.
So it's just
SC,
storage.
ST, LC cable, LC connectors. You will see.
So let's say this building is a company.
Okay.
And this server, this NAS
Uh-huh.
storage located where?
Within the company.
Oh, it's in the same company?
It can, yeah. Mostly it will
Oh,
be the
so
same.
it's like in a remote location.
It can be in remote location, but most of it will be in headquarters. Okay.
So how
For other
so
offices,
in
it
this
is.
building, I'm in Toronto, the headquarters in Hamilton. So
Hamilton.
we're gonna run fiber optic cable from? No.
Your connectivity between the NAS and your
The
router,
ISP.
your not the ISP, your network is through fiber optic. That's it. You're not connecting your NAS to your branch offices through fiber optic. Never. That fiber optic should be provided by the ISP.
Yes, first ISP and then to the NAS.
The NAS is so powerful, has to be so powerful, because the whole number of users, okay, 50 users, 100 users, they're trying to access one particular device. And when they try to access one particular device, the data transfer throughput should be so high. So you just go to fiber optic, which can give the best, right? So it is not between one side to the other side, it is actually within the network itself. The first point of contact is between the NAS and the router, the core router. So you need to have the better connectivity between them first. So that's where you see the fiber optic. They use iSCSI these days. Something called iSCSI. It's a different technology, I would say. But that you will learn when you study about virtualization and cloud technologies.
When is your next one?
From August, I think. All right, next is firewalls. Firewalls, we know it's a layer 4 device. Firewalls is a layer 4 device, and layer 4 means what should come to your mind? Ports. Yeah, TCP, UDP, but ports. Okay, firewalls work on port numbers. Firewalls are used to protect your network from unauthorized access. So how do we block unauthorized access, or how do we detect unauthorized access? Either through port number or through IP address. There's so many ways: port number, IP address, domain name.
Does the Windows, like the basic Windows firewall?
That's the most crappiest firewall.
Is there an interface where you can close all the port numbers and stop certain IPs?
Yeah, you can. You
In
can do
Windows?
that. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have an advanced option where you can go and do it. I'm not sure whether it works or not. It should work, but it's a free service given by Windows. Okay, it's a free like an additional package that they have, like a bonus package that they have given, because an operating system without a firewall, people are not going to like it. So they just integrated. Okay, we are giving a free kind of a firewall which you can use, but it's okay for a single user. But it is not. If you ask me whether it's going to detect and control all the traffic, never. Windows firewall doesn't do that. It's okay to an extent. Okay, so that's why you go for anti-spyware and anti-malware, so that everything is pretty much blocked. Even though you have the security essentials today, it's not that good. Okay, anything free, it's not that good. So if you are working in an enterprise and if you're a network admin, if you see a spam email, with something like @whatever.com. Now, and if you know that is a spam, to make sure it doesn't come again, you just go and add that domain name in your firewall. Say that, okay, star at this domain name, block it. Star means it can be anything before that, okay? But if you see any email or any traffic with this domain name, block it. So I can do that kind of filtering. Second, if anyone is trying, okay, for my company, I need only 10 ports to be allowed, okay, 80, 443, 25. Now everything else should be blocked. Now if anyone is trying to generate a traffic from outside for a different port number trying to access, now I'll go and block it, okay? So many things, so many ways I can protect my network, or I can protect through IP address. I can say if anyone is trying to come with this IP address as a source, block it.
Well, I guess you have to know the common ports, because otherwise you can block a port that is port for each,
Yeah,
right?
basically how firewalls works is by default everything will be blocked. You have to go and enable whatever is required. That makes job easier, because you know probably 10, 15, 20 ports to be allowed. So for example, if you may be a network engineer, that will be a development team, software development team. They'll be working on some application. Now, if they want a specific port to be allowed, they have to come to you and make a request. Okay, I'm working on an application, please allow port number 5600 so that users can work on it. So then you just go get into the firewall, you allow port number 5600. So you make it secure.
Can you throttle that port?
Sorry?
Can you, like back in the day, the whoever, like Dell, whatever, they throttle your bandwidth because they don't want you down.
Yeah, that's called as bandwidth contract.
Like,
You can put a bandwidth contract on everything.
course.
Yeah, you can put it on everything. Saying this is how much I allow upstream, this is how much I allow downstream. I can do that. 1 Mbps upstream, 1 Mbps downstream. Then if anyone is trying to download a movie, still they are restricted to that 1 Mbps. That's it. So I can do that in the firewall. Yeah. And I can block them. I can make make the device to send me a request or email whenever someone is blocked. Whenever someone is trying to do something like that, I can get a response. Okay, so there's so many firewalls. Currently, Palo Alto is the biggest one. It's kind of a best in the world. Palo Alto. You have Checkpoint. You have Cisco ASA firewalls. These are the leaders in the world with respect to the firewalls.
they're
Juniper.
probably hacking each other, trying to make money. It's scary one.
That's a different story. Alright. Next is VoIP. VoIP we have discussed. Okay. Alright, so common networking tools. Crimpers. Now the picture adjacent to the crimper. Now crimpers we have already discussed. Majority of the I would say cable technicians, PC technicians, sometimes network technicians are not sure, but they, what they do, they don't buy cables from outside, most of them. They just buy a box of cable, okay? They just buy a box, and inside that box there will be the RJ45 cable, which will be like 300 meters or 400 meters cable inside that box. But we know there is a limitation. 100 meters is the maximum that an Ethernet cable can go. But they will buy a box, and that box will have only the cable without any RJ45 or any connector. Only the cable and probably 300 meters or 400 meters. Now, as per the deployment, they will cut the cable length and they will make the cable as a RJ45, actual end cable. So this part of the plastic, as I discussed before, now this plastic is sold separately. So they need to segregate all those 8 cables, 8 different color cables separately, and they have to crimp it. And to do that, the tool that is being used is called the crimper. Okay, so that's the tool. I think we had a crimper. I will check whether we still have it. So it's like a punching machine. Okay, you just make sure the plastic is inside and you just press it. So the cables are getting contact with this RJ45. That's it. We just like punch the plastic to the actual wire. That's all we do with the crimper. Okay, it's nothing complicated. It just punches it to make sure they are fixed together.
It's got to get the thing
Yeah.
right, the colors right.
Yeah, that's it. You have to make sure the colors are right.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the crimpers. Multimeters we all know to check the voltage. Anything related to the power, we use multimeters. Multimeters are not only used here; it's used in a lot of other electrical engineers mostly use it. Now, toner probe. Toner probe is actually two devices, but combined together. They work together. One is called toner, and the other one is called a probe. Combined, they call it as a toner probe. Now, the only thing what you need to know with these networking tools is their applications. Now, what or where do we use a toner probe? In what situation do we use a toner probe? That's how your questions will be in the exam. They will give you a scenario, okay? It's like a network technician would like to do this, or he has to do this. Now, what is the tool that he should be using? That's the actual question that you will see in the exam. Now, the requirement is, there is a cable coming out of the telecommunication room. There are about 100 cables. And these 100 cables are going out of the teleco room. And in room number 10, there are 10 cables coming down. All the 10 cables are yellow color. Okay. Now the technician wants to identify one of the cable, and he just wants to remove that, for whatever reason. Now, how can he identify this cable which is connected to port? He knows that, okay, the cable connected to port number 20 here has to be removed. Okay, he can remove it here, but he needs to know which is the right cable there. Now, how can he know? Say, for example, there's no labeling. Okay, there's no proper labeling.
Send signal, you understand?
That's when we use the toner probe. So what we do is, we connect one end of the cable to a device called toner, and we have a probe on the other hand, on the other room.
The toner
So
has RJ45
yes,
port.
a toner has a RJ45 port. Now what it does is, it sends a tone through that cable. Now what I do there in the room number 10 is, I use a probe which also has a RJ45 connector. Now I connect every cable to the probe, and I'm going to just detect whether I'm able to receive that signal or not, which the toner is generating. So if I capture the signal, then that's the cable which I was looking for. So that is toner probe.
It's not like audio, like they go, it's not like that. It's an audio signal, right?
There are so many types of toner probes, yes. So with sound, without sound, with just LED, yeah, a lot of things. Okay, so toner probe is used to identify the cable, okay, which you are looking for between different rooms. That's a toner probe. Now, cable tester. This is a very commonly used tool. Now, cable tester. The name says, okay, you are going to test something. You're testing the cable. Now, for example, this cable has 8 wires. Now, what happens if, out of these 8, probably cable number 4 is not working. Okay, it's broke somewhere. It just got broken. So for example, here at this point inside the cable number 4, the copper wire is disconnected. We cannot know from outside, right? Will the cable work fine? No, it will not work fine if one of the cable, and we cannot detect that physically. So how to make sure before you actually install cabling 100% fine. Once it is working 100% fine, you go and use that cable. Without checking that, there's no point in wasting time pulling a cable from room number 1 to room number 10 and later finding out that the cable is not good enough. So first thing what you do is make sure the cable is working. Now how can you make sure? You need to have a cable tester. Cable tester is nothing but there are two ends of the cable. Any cable will have two ends with RJ45. Both the ends you plug it to the cable tester. Cable tester, what it does, it sends signals on all the 8 wires and it tries to check whether I am receiving signals from all the 8 wires. Now inside a cable tester, the cable tester device will have 8 LEDs. Pin number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now if it is able to receive the signals as it is, all the 8 LEDs will be turned on. If LED number 4 is not turned on, it means that there is an issue with the pin number 4, and you can use it. You can test it once or twice. If the result is same, you just throw off that cable. You don't use the cable until you see all the 8 LEDs are turning on. So this is a device, a tool to make sure all the 8 pins inside a cable are in working condition. Cable tester is used just for that, to make sure, because this is something that you cannot identify physically because it's going to be inside this jacket. So you need to have a tool like cable tester to make sure all the 8 cables are working fine.
That's what they call certification, right? When they certify the cable or something.
The cable certifier. Cable certifier is something, it's a different networking tool. Cable tester is different. Cable certifier is different. Cable certifier will have a screen and it will show you a lot of information. It will show more detailed information as short, something like short. Say for example, instead of the blue, say for example, instead of green, which goes to pin number 1 should be green. Okay. Now by mistake, if you have made green to be pin number 2 or pin number 3, cable tester will show you all the pins are working because it is just testing whether there is a break. But what happens if you have mismatched the pin colors? You need a cable certifier. Okay. Cable.
Oh, so this one is just that the cable is good. Now you can put the colors wrong and still you get the right.
Cable certifier also does one important thing. Now if the vendor sells this cable saying that this provides 1 gig throughput, what is the guarantee? You need to make sure whether it's 1 gig, right? So you can use the cable tester and it will try to send 1 gig information and it will check whether you're receiving 1 gig. Then it's just like a certifier. It certifies, okay, this cable is providing the actual throughput what it is supposed to provide. A lot of things with the cable. That is coming under Network Plus. It's not in A Plus still. It's under Network Plus. Alright, loopback plugs. Anyone heard about loopback plug? What is the loopback IP address used for?
127.
Yeah. Used for?
To see if your
To see if your network card, Ethernet card is working fine, right? So this is also being used for the same, but there should be a difference between the actual 127 and the loopback plug. Now most of the network technicians or PC technicians will carry a loopback plug. It is just like going to look like a USB key, okay? Now what you will see in that loopback plug is only this much. This part, this is what they will be carrying. Okay, this is what they will be carrying. So not the whole cable, only the edge of this cable with the RJ45 connector. Now what they do is they insert this part to the to the NIC card, your Ethernet port in your laptop or PC. Now when they try to send information, when they try to ping 127, actually what happens is, if this is your NIC card, now the data is going to go through the loopback plug and coming in. to make sure your hardware is working fine. All the pins are working fine. When you ping 127, what happens is it's going to check the software, the stack. But to check whether all the 8 pins are working fine, you use loopback plug. Hardware, to check hardware. Okay, general test is 127. But if you really want to test each and everything to make sure all 8 pins are working fine, you use loopback plug. What it really does is it sends traffic from your laptop and it just makes a loop and comes back without even going to the network. It doesn't have to go to the switch. It just goes out and comes back, so that to make sure all your 8 pins are working fine. So that is a loopback plug. The last is punch down tool. Now, how many of you have seen the telephone exchanges? Like probably there's one near the Markham Lawrence, just near the bus stop. There's a huge box. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you can see a lot of those boxes in and around. So that's the actual telephone lines, they say. Okay. So when you open, you will see huge number of small wires connecting, right? Many would have seen that. Now, if anyone has seen that, now if you think how these wires are being connected, if you look very closely, now those wires are very, very thin. Okay, and they are
Blue and white.
they are inserted into each then. Now, the only way to insert those cables into that, we call it as blocks. 66 block and 110 block. Those devices. Now, we got to insert those cables. Other example, if anyone has seen patch panel. Okay, I think I have a patch panel. Have you ever seen a patch panel? Yeah. Alright, so that's the patch panel. It's 1254. Okay. So that's the patch panel. Now, this is how you will see it in offices. Okay. Now, behind the patch panel, these are called the blocks, 110 block. Now, this is what you see actually in those telephone exchanges, that they are called 66 blocks. If you are working in a company, now if you have access to the actual telco room, which means where your internet service provider is devices there, now you will see something like this there. Okay. Now, you see all these 8 wires are segregated and going inside this. Now, can I do that with my hand? Never, not possible. Now, I need a tool which I can use to push these wires inside. That tool is called the punch down tool. It's like I'm punching each wire inside. Now, what I'm going to get by punching every cable, now I'll just send it over. Now, if you look closely, when I punch down, now every single cable is going to, their outer jacket is going to be pierced to make sure the inner copper wire is contacted to the patch panel so that the data can flow. Because with this plastic jacket outside, data cannot be inserted. They have to be cut. So when I punch it down, when I apply force and push it down, there will be a small cut made on these jackets so that the inner copper wire will have a contact to this patch panel. So that device that I use to punch down is called the punch down tool. Okay, so these will have color representation. I just need to make sure I connect all the correct colors and I punch it down. Okay, so this is something common that you will see in all the offices. There is no office without a patch panel. Yeah, crimpers, you use it to, just like crimpers. You apply pressure so that they get better. This is also, you apply a lot of pressure to punch it down. There's no organization connection happening without a patch panel. We have a patch panel there. wherever you go, there will be a patch panel. Okay, so to actually prepare a patch panel, you need only one tool called punch down tool.
In the wall, you see the female RJ45.
Yes.
Those are punch panels.
Yes.
Called punch panel.
So the cable that comes out of the patch panel will be inside the wall. Will go inside the wall, and it will connect to whatever ports you have. Yes. So, for example, if I have a RJ45 port here, okay, just imagine I have a wall socket here, an RJ45. Now, if I plug my PC, I get connectivity to the network. How it happens? Behind this, there is a cable going to the patch panel there. So that is providing me the
Two patch
connectivity.
panels, one here, one there.
Yeah, two, one here, one there. So I need a big patch panel in my telco room, and every other room I just need a small, very few patch panels. So I make sure my room looks neat without cables lying around, and people just can go on connected to have connectivity. Okay, so that is the punch down tool, and with that we have ended the chapter number 2. We'll take a lunch break. Okay, and we will finish off chapter 3, and we'll try to go as much as possible in chapter 4. Okay. Stops. All right,
No, for centuries like that. Centuries.
guys.
Okay, finish.
Language classes after 3 o'clock.
Laptop.
Else laptops. All right. One good news is we have discussed a lot about PCs, personal computers. So because of that, we have very little to talk about laptops. And what we are going to study here is the difference between the actual PC and the laptop. And the major thing, what we are going to discuss is the size. So laptops were introduced for mobility, right? So that you can carry it wherever you go. And for that to happen, you need to have a device that is smaller and weighing less. Okay, so for the portability. So in order to have a device smaller and weighing less, you have to compromise on few things, and you get something additional benefits also. So we are going to start from the expansion options. Now, since laptops are smaller when compared to the PCs, now you have to compromise on the number of expansion slots that you get, right? So you can get few USB ports and Ethernet port, but not like PC, where you have the freedom to add whatever you want. Now, for that purpose, they introduced initially something called PCMCIA slot. Okay, it stands for Personal Computer Memory Card International Association. All right, no one now uses the term PCMCIA. It was called, later changed to PC card. Okay, now this is nothing but an expansion card. Many of you would have seen it. Now, if you want to have extra memory, if you want to have Bluetooth, so if, for example, if you don't have Bluetooth service enabled in your laptop, now if you need Bluetooth, you just go and buy a PC card that is for Bluetooth, and you just stick to it. You get additional hardware or options available for your laptop now. If you need additional memory, you go and use it. If you need a USB port, if you need an Ethernet port, some laptops do not have Ethernet port. And if you need an Ethernet port, what to do? Just go and buy a PC card with the Ethernet port. Okay, so this was, first generation was called PCMCIA. Later, the name was changed to PC card. Now, what happened? They have made some changes to this, and PC card was then replaced by something called Express card, just to make sure the speed they provide, the throughput what they provide is better. So completely the PC card was replaced by something called Express card. Okay, so we learned a lot about Firewire. We know Ethernet port, we know USB ports. If you need Bluetooth connection, whatever you need, if you need extra storage, okay, whatever extra thing that you need for your laptop, you can go and buy a Express card for that. Okay, nowadays people use very less number of these so-called Express cards, because we have a lot of external devices that can be connected through the USB, so we go for that. Still, we see some kind of express cards being used, but it's not huge as how it was used before. Okay, so express cards are something like you are trying to expand the features that are available for your laptop. Okay, for Bluetooth, USB, Ethernet, Firewire, whatever you need, you have specialized, like the adapter cards what we have for the PC, right? Whatever you need, you go and buy, and you just put it inside the PCI slot. Now you have some similar kind of a slot called express card slot, and you can just use that. Okay, so that's not much used these days. Okay.
I was looking, is there any in your laptop? Or no?
Okay, so I just have this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I never ever used it. Okay, we talked about RAM a lot in our first chapter. Okay, so we know that DIMM, dual inline memory module, is what we are currently using. And at that point of time, we learned, okay, laptops are not going to be using a very big RAM chip, and we have a small form factor. Okay, it's the same type, but the only difference is the size. Size of the RAM chip is small, and because it is small, it is called as a small outline dual inline memory module. Okay, it's called SODIMM. Okay, so this could be an exam question. The type of RAM that is used on laptops, is it DIMM, RIM, SIM, SODIMM? So you select SODIMM. Okay. All right. What are the other differences?
SODIMM, yeah?
Sorry.
You select SODIMM.
Yes. It's
But
always
they-
SODIMM.
Yeah, it's also related that small outline DIMM.
Sorry.
They write also small outline DIMM.
Yeah, because they need dual lines.
What is it on?
For line 1 under SODIMM. You said it, didn't you? They just refer to this small outline DIMM.
What did I say?
I said in the exam they're just coming in the DIMM only or no only SODIMM also coming?
No, if the question is what is the memory type that is being used in laptops, so the options will be DIMM, SIM, RIM, SODIMM.
Yeah,
So you select SODIMM. Okay, what about the keyboard? Now for the regular PCs, we had an external keyboard, we had an external mouse. Now with the laptops, we have these two components integrated. Keyboard is integrated, mouse has been integrated through a tracking pad, right? Or touchpad. Now the keyboard has been integrated, but the size has to be reduced. So what they did, they took off all those number keys and made sure each key can represent, not everyone, but most of the keys will represent at least two factors. Okay, so you can use the function key or shift key. Okay, mostly it's function key. So to increase your volume, to mute, to shut down your, say this, to turn off your screen, to turn on your wireless, to turn off your wireless, to turn on your Bluetooth, a lot of things you can do with the help of your function key. Now there is one question that is that was kept on repeating in the exam is in laptops, which is the function that can be turned on and off through a physical switch? Wireless. Okay, wireless is wireless is a feature that you can turn on and turn off using a physical switch. Now if you ask me, okay, is it for all the laptops? No, there are some exceptions, but majority you can turn on and turn off with a physical switch, turn on off switch.
Mic, all that.
No, that they are like
Is that going to be like a multiple question or a blank question? That's kind of tricky.
it's always multiple choice.
Oh.
There's no fill in the blanks. There's no question like fill in the blanks. It's always multiple choice. Okay, so they will give you a lot of options like wireless or Bluetooth or whatever. Sorry, where is the switch? Okay, if you take a laptop, you haven't seen on off switch Okay, my laptop doesn't have.
I have Mac.
The sheet no.
Most of the laptops have.
I think I was missing a few things.
I broke it. No wonder.
Is that a Lenovo?
IBM. Yeah.
On the side there.
Yeah, long time ago.
Shiba is not.
Okay, anyone's laptop?
Mine is a function key with,
Yeah, even mine is a function.
yeah, function key with,
I don't think I should request it.
Okay, nowadays it's being replaced, but no one has laptop. Oh, you only you? Okay.
It should be pictured.
This is all function.
Yeah. So, okay. Really, you haven't seen it?
No, seriously.
All right. So,
I mean, it really exists.
okay. Actually, you know what? It depends on with respect to the vendor. You know, most of the times you will see somewhere here, like you can just move it, okay, on, off, or sometimes you can see it in the front. So that is predominantly you can see it in most of the laptops, where to turn off and on a particular feature. Now, okay, most of the laptops can have Bluetooth, but you will never see a turn on off key for a Bluetooth. But widely seen switch is for wireless. So that's why that is, but it's not 100%, because whatever laptops you come across these days will not have a switch. Again, you use a function key to turn on and off. But probably 1-2 years back, you would have seen a lot of laptops coming with that switch.
It's exactly the same as iPhone 4S when you use it as a Viber or something.
Oh yeah, exactly like that. Like you turn off the mute and you bring it to the ringer option, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's the keyboard. Okay, so keys were reduced, and we used function key to activate more functions. And one of the physical switch question was related to the wireless. Okay, storage. Now, there is a huge difference between the PC storage and laptop storage. Now, it's very, very common to get PCs with 1 TB storage, but it's not common for laptops, at least when this exam was, blueprint was in, it was not like 1 TB laptop. 500 GB is pretty much common, right? Even today, 500 GB is more common than 1 TB for laptops. But for PCs, it's 1 TB is more common. You get 2 TBs, you get 4 TBs. It's all available these days. So storage, again, the size of the hard disk is very, very different from the traditional PC's hard disk. That's it. Okay, so it's lightweight and less storage space, but lightweight. Right. Memory, again, we talked about SODIMM. That's the only factor, but you get the 4 GB SODIMM, 8 GB SODIMM, 6 GB SODIMM. You still get Mac laptops. you get 32 GB memory, but you cannot change anything in Mac, unfortunately. Optical drive. There were optical drives. Nowadays, they started using optical drives inside for the laptops. Okay, no more. It's not common to see the DVD drives these days because it takes a lot of space, and they thought, okay, removing that will give a lot of space for them to actually use it for other stuff, or make it lighter, or make it smaller. Wireless card. Again, that's one of the 3 things that you can replace easily as a user in a laptop is battery, RAM, and the wireless NIC card. Okay, so these 3 things you can change, and if you feel your wireless NIC card is not working, just go and replace it with a new one. Screen. Most of the laptops come with liquid crystal display, okay, LCD. Now, LCD means it works on alternating current, AC. So it needs a inverter to convert the direct current which is fed to the laptop back to the AC. Okay. Power, as usual, 110 volts or 220 volts depending on the location. Battery, you don't have to worry about the history. All you need to know is currently we use the lithium ion. Okay, Li, lithium ion batteries, so that their discharge of electricity is less, in the sense they can withstand 4 hours. Okay, so that's one thing. Mouse, we don't have any physical mouse. If you want, you can use an external mouse, but it doesn't come with the laptop itself. Okay, that's an external one. Metal, these days laptops are mostly plastic to make sure that they are weightless and they're cheap. Okay, speakers are inbuilt. Motherboard, now that's one of the major difference. We spent a lot of time on discussing about the motherboard. Practically the first chapter mostly covers motherboard and the components on the motherboard. Now here, in first chapter we discussed about the form factors, standard ATX, micro ATX, ITX. Now for laptops, there is no standard at all. Any vendor can design their motherboard in any way they would like to. There's no standardization. If you take Toshiba laptops, now within Toshiba there's a lot of models, and every model may have a different motherboard the way it looks, or the way the components are arranged, they look different. So there's no standard for the motherboards in laptops, only for laptops. CPU, again.
Where are the like Dell and stuff like that factories? In the States, China, all over the place, like, or I don't know. I'm thinking of the engineers that designs the motherboards and stuff like that. Because you said, for desktops, there's two big types, right? Intel and AMD. For laptops, anybody can build a motherboard, like Toshiba. Do they get Intel motherboards?
If it is Toshiba laptop, it doesn't mean that Toshiba is building the motherboard. Toshiba doesn't build everything. If you buy a HP PC, it's not that HP designs the motherboards. Intel, they buy it from Intel. So even if you open a laptop, HP laptop, it's not that whatever the product is inside is not built by HP. They, it's like for iPhones.
Outsource.
Yeah, they outsource. iPhone doesn't, Apple doesn't build, or they don't manufacture everything. They buy components from other, like for Foxconn, like that. They buy and they install it. These are the people. Okay, what Apple does then? Apple defines what needs to be there, and they manufacture it. All right, so it works like that. So whoever manufactures the motherboard for the Toshiba just goes and tells them, okay, this is what we need. We don't have to build a manufacturing unit for motherboards and start manufacturing it.
Right. So there's no standard, but in reality, there's certain still manufacturers that follow certain rules.
Intel and AMD are for the processors. Processors, not for the actual motherboard. Okay, there's a huge difference between the CPU, between the PC and the laptop. Now, for a PC, we never care about the power consumed by the CPU, because a lot of power, always the PC is connected to the direct power source. So no one cares about the power. Okay, but what we need is the processing. We want the best processor. Okay, we don't care about the power, but it's the reverse for laptops. Because we don't connect our laptops directly to the power source all the time. We may take it out of the power. So what needs to be done is the processor should not consume a lot of power when it is not connected to the direct power source. So that's when, by default, when you connect a laptop to a regular power source, and if you take off the battery or the power source, you will see the screen going a little bit dim. Okay, that is one of the settings by default. Your monitor brightness will go a little bit down. Your CPU will detect, okay, I'm not connected to the direct power source. I will stop most of the processes which is not required. Your PC will be a little bit slower when it is running on the battery power. okay, because that is by default. Because if it is running on the actual settings, now your battery will get drained more faster. So that's why they stop few features which is not required for the critical application, so that your battery life can be extended. So the CPU is again different for PCs and laptops. All right. Displays, we have discussed a lot about LCD, OLED. Okay, plasma laptops, it's very hard to get by. So because of two factors, plasma, they draw a lot of power, they create interference, and interference is something not good for your wireless. Okay, so plasma is something what we don't see. Mostly we see LCD. LCD is the most common type of display that you see. All right, antenna, wireless antenna. Where is the antenna actually located in your laptops? Below? All right. Antenna. Now, how do you usually have your laptop placed? Like this, right? This is the way you have your laptop open when you're working. Now, so this is the position the laptop is going to be in. Now, to get the best signal strength, the antenna, if it is like this, it can capture best signal strength. So the antenna is going to be here. Okay, it's going to be here so that it can get a better signal. You can get a better signal strength. Okay, so these antennas, there will be two antennas. Now these two antennas are connected to your wireless NIC card. Okay. Alright, so these two, they act as an antenna, okay, and if you see, so this is the actual, so that's the inverter.
What is that?
Inverter, which converts the DC to AC for the LCD screen. Okay, so these all you will find it behind the monitor. Okay, behind the display. You will find it behind the display. Okay, so these are the data that goes out. So actually, if you look at the okay, let me bring the screwdriver.
זה שאתה צריך לתחושה מה עובד? הוא עכשיו שכנע את עצמך לספר שמעת נו כשבא הוא לא צריך באמת לעשות כמובן אלא אם כן הוא תופסים
Okay, so the most easily openable areas are, this is for your memory. This is for your memory. Okay, so this will look different for different laptops. Now, most of the laptops probably will have only one slot. Okay, so most of the other laptops can have two slots. Okay, so you can have a sodium added here and a sodium added here. Okay, so two. Now, the other one is the wireless NIC card. This is your wireless NIC card. Okay, and you can see cables connecting to it. So you can replace that. Okay, you can buy a better one, and if you want, you can replace that. But most of the things, it's all the same kind of socket types. Okay, so you just need to buy a card and just insert it. So connection from this wireless NIC card is going to your antenna. Okay, so that is going to depend on whether it's a 2.4 or a 5 gig. Okay.
Can you take out the hard drive as well?
Okay, as per the standard, hard drive is not a component that is replaced. Okay,
But you can take it out.
some laptops, not all, because if you want to have access to your hard drive, you have to remove the keyboard. Okay, so in order to remove the keyboard, you don't have access to the keyboard just through the screws. You may have to probably break it down like this. So inside it looks like this. Inside there is actually you see your RAM, SODIMM. Now you cannot have access to this SODIMM from outside.
From all computers.
For most of the computers, 95% of the computers, you cannot have access to this. Now, I'm really not sure why it's not accessible to the user. It's by the manufacturer. Now, even if you look at the text specification, you will not see this as memory that the vendor is going to say, okay, 4 GB. If he says 4 GB, it doesn't include that. It is what it comes with at the back of your laptop. Okay, so it doesn't include this. Okay, so most of us doesn't have access to this. Yeah, this is pretty much old. So you have a fan. See the motherboard. Motherboard's completely different, and you see the wires going out, all the stuff.
It's a very small motherboard.
Yeah,
Very, very small.
that's
Nowadays
the typical.
it's bigger.
That's a typical size of your laptop, right? So everything is different. Your CPU, everything will be different. Okay. All right. So things to be noted down are the backlight and inverter. Okay, inverter, which is very unique for laptops. Backlight is therefore both. I mean, it's common to LCD, but inverter you have it only on laptops. Okay. What are the other common features you get? Using the function key, you can have additional key features. Now, laptop display, something you can use it to project it. Okay, so if you right click on your desktop, you get an option like display settings. So when you go to display settings, you can choose, okay, whether you would like to extend or whether you would like to project only on so and so screen. Okay, extend, or you can duplicate. Duplicate means you can see on both. Extend means you are extending the desktop from one monitor to the other monitor. Mostly you use that in your work environments. Okay, when you have dual monitors, you extend. Okay. Wireless control helps in wireless signal, controlling wireless signal. If wireless signal is not required, there's a special switch to enable or disable the wireless connection. So that is one thing very important. If there is no physical switch, use the function key. Also for Bluetooth, you have the function key to enable and disable. Volume settings are again integrated through the function key itself. Brightness again can be increased or decreased with the help of function key. Now, docking station. Anyone used docking station?
Yeah.
What do you do with docking station?
So when you come to work, you put your laptop, and then everything is plugged. Mouse, keyboard, monitor, everything to the docking station. J45. That's it, right?
Cooling.
Cooling. Have you ever seen cooling?
For those things, it's with cooling come.
It's not a rule that it has to come with cooling.
I had an old
You had?
workstation for design,
Mm.
the ThinkPad, and it's come with the
It comes with the
fence.
cooling. Okay, it
Old,
depends. Not
an old one.
okay. Not all
It's
docking
really
stations.
like, you know,
Okay.
not all.
Yeah.
The old one.
No, now they all come with fence.
Oh, really?
No, for my
Okay.
purposes. I
Okay.
never-
All right.
It's getting so hot.
Mm-hmm. All right. So basically, you get a lot of additional features with that docking station. But for that, your laptop has to have the capability of docking.
It's smoke. This one has smoke.
All right. Yeah, this one has all IBM. Okay. So you see this part?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you press, there's a slot that goes inside. So Okay, I can show it in the picture though. I'll show it in the. Alright, so probably this one. Okay, so this is the docking station unit. So you see this part? So you can put the laptop. So this part of your laptop sits on this part of your docking station. Okay, so you have these additional capabilities which you will not find, or you may not find with the actual laptop, right? So this is how it's going to look. So you have a lot of features, more Ethernet ports, VGA, serial, parallel. Okay. So that's the docking. Okay.
What are those two? On the other picture, the one before, and where you said serial and the green one, what is that for?
Serial, parallel.
What is that for?
Okay, serial. We don't use serial ports these days. Commonly, you see serial on few Cisco routers and switches, but the components what we use regularly,
Oh, that's right, you said.
yeah, we don't use. It's a 9-pin. We don't use anywhere. It's a legacy thing. Okay. I heard from someone saying that they still use this serial pin in banks for the device that reads your card, the debit or credit, when they swipe. But I'm not sure how far it is true, but I came to know. But other than that, I never saw the application of serial pins these days. Okay. So that's the docking station. Have you seen this? These are port replicators. Two things. One is docking station and port replicators. Now, as the name says, port replicator. Now, it's going to replicate the ports that you are having on your laptop. Probably you're extending that to the port, the other device. So what you get is you don't have a messed up environment on your table. Not a lot of wires are going out from your laptop. Your laptop is pretty much neat. Your laptop is connected to a port replicator, and from there all the cables are going. Okay.
So you don't have to unplug it all the time.
It's standard on the port replicator. All you need to do is just connect your laptop. It looks pretty neat. Okay, so these are things that you can have with your laptops. Okay, one main thing about your one main question is laptop locks. All laptops, I think 100% of the laptops that is available today, there is a slot to actually connect that to a physical lock. So that a lock, yeah, security. Okay, so that since these are very easily portable devices, now anyone can just close it and take it away. So to secure, you can have locks connected to these laptops. So even these laptops, every laptop has a small slot where you can actually tie up that yeah, lock. It doesn't have a lock. It has a space where you can connect the lock.
I think like 10-second lock or something like that.
Alright. Okay, I can show the picture. But if you go to the other room, okay, if you go to the room number 2, all the laptops that we have on the table, it's physically secured through a lock. You can easily see that. Okay, all the laptops are tied to a physical lock.
Why would you connect this port with a USB or something?
Sorry.
So why do they need this port big thing instead of maybe connecting with a USB or something?
Which for the port replicator?
No, the docking. Why not just connect it with a USB cable?
Why not connect with the USB cable? Like you cannot use, say for example, monitors. You have a very good monitor. Now you cannot connect a monitor with a USB. You need a DVI or a HDMI. Now probably if you have a brand new laptop, you will not get a DVI port to it. If you have a very old laptop, you will not get a HDMI.
No, I mean to connect the docking station.
Or the docking
to
station.
USB,
Yeah, that is there. But
Before it wasn't.
before it was not there, and docking stations were mainly used in work environments. And when you see working environments laptops, it will be mainly Lenovo or ThinkPad. These were the laptops. They don't use Sony for enterprise. Okay, so yeah, physical, yeah, something like this. So you just connect. So most of the laptops will have a slot where you can connect to your lock. It's a very small lock.
You cannot open the
No. You cannot take it away.
Oh,
Take it away from the desk.
Oh,
Okay, it's secured to the desk. That's it. You can open, you can do all the things, but you cannot move the laptop from one place to the other. Okay, so that's the end of 3rd chapter.
that's it.
Yep. All right, next, printers. We are going to study about 4 types of printers, 4 different types of printers. Most commonly used laser. Next is also most commonly used inkjet printers. The third is dot matrix or impact printers. Have anyone seen? It's also widely used. It is unique. Okay, from other printers, it is unique. The last is thermal printers. How many of you have seen thermal printers? Everyone of you have seen thermal printers. I bet you. Have anyone done shopping?
Yeah, that's it.
That's
You
it.
see,
You have done shopping, right? You have been to Walmart.
yeah,
Then you should have seen. You pay for what you shop.
yeah,
You get a bill.
yeah.
So that's a thermal printer. The one that used to print the receipts is thermal printer. It's not a laser printer. It's not a inkjet printer.
The type of the paper. So
Yeah.
You can draw on it like that, right?
I'll tell you. Yeah, it's unique. It's a very simple, the most simplest printer you have among not only the 4 probably in the world. Okay, so the most simplest printer, and it's great for the receipts. Sorry.
And it fades over time.
Yeah.
So the gas station, that is thermal printer?
Anywhere you get a receipt these days, it's a thermal printer. Yeah.
Even the little machines, those machines have a thermal printer.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we are going to study about these 4 printers. So what are we going to learn in A+ is we are going to learn about the way these printers works. That's the first thing. Okay, the way how a laser printer works, how a thermal printer works, and is there any important component inside these. Now you will not be able to know exactly like how a laser printer works, all the components inside a laser printer, unless and until you probably work for Ricoh.
But we have to.
Yeah, you have to know. So other than that, we as end users need to know how to replace a toner, how to replace a drum. Okay, we are not going to go more in depth than that. These are the two things that you will commonly replace if you have a printer, okay, laser printer. So that's what we are going to learn. So first is laser printer. It's one of the most commonly used printer these days. Now, things to remember about laser printers are, first, it's commonly used. Second, it's complex in the way it works. Yes, laser printers are complex. Okay, it has a lot of parts in it, and the way it works is a bit complex. So we as end users do not have much to do with the laser printer. Okay, like when it goes wrong, even as an A+ technician, you're not expected to go and just keep your hands on everything. Okay, few basic things, that's it. Now it needs a lot of power, more power. Okay, what are the advantages? You get a very good print with the laser printers. Okay, the quality of your print is good. Okay, it's fast. But the disadvantages are it's complex due to many moving parts, requires memory. Alright, so whenever you have given a print job, okay, when you give a print job to your laser printer, now do you see anything like a scroll bar, just like a progress bar? From it starts from 1 and it goes to 100%. Then you start hearing, okay, the printer starts working. First thing, the moment you give print, you will see a progress bar, 100%. Then you will hear the printer start moving its parts and start printing. Okay, that's because whatever you give as a print has to be sent, the data, okay, the data of that page or whatever has to be sent to the printer, and that printer has a memory. The complete information has to be transferred to the memory. Now what happens if only 75% of the data is transferred? The output what you get is 75%. Okay, if you have less memory, whatever is in the memory is going to get printed. That's it. So before a page is printed from your laser printer, the data is completely moved to the printer's memory. Every laser printer has an inbuilt memory to it. It has to be moved. Now, why we say laser printers are complex? Now, the page what you would like to print is fed to the memory of your printer. Now, the printer has to understand, because the printer has to understand what you are trying to print. There are so many companies, vendors producing printers, HP, Samsung, whatever be it. Now, every printer, every vendor come up with their own way how their printer can understand what is being printed in terms of languages. Again, languages comes into picture, like software languages. You have C, C++, Java. Now, even for printers, there are some languages written. Now, why do we need this language? Now, these languages help that particular printer to understand what is being given to you. If you send a PDF file to print, now your printer should understand what to do with that information, how to handle that information. That is represented in terms of software called a language. Now again, we don't have anything to do with these languages, but you need to understand why laser printer is complex. It's because it has memory, it has a language. Okay, so that's why one thing becomes very critical. If that is not right, your printer is not going to work. And what is that? It's a one-letter word. Sorry, it's a one-word answer. One thing is very, very important. Because of all these factors, one particular thing becomes so important now for a printer to work. Not power. What is that?
Connection?
No.
Ink.
No.
Driver.
Oh.
The driver. If you don't have a proper driver, that's it. Your printer is not going to work. Okay? So driver is so important. Alright. Let's get into the parts of the laser printer. First and most important is something called imaging drum.
So in layman's terms, a driver is just a translator, right?
Yes, it's a middleman between hardware and software.
Okay.
Okay, because you design a product to
Right.
work in such a way. You combine that device, you connect that device to another device. Say for example, let's take a very simple thing, USB mouse. Okay, you take a USB mouse. Now mouse could have been designed by Apple. Okay, now you take that Apple mouse and you connect it to your Windows laptop. Now your laptop has to understand how that mouse is going to work. So the driver is going to instruct the laptop, okay, this is how this is going to work. Now laptop gets adapted and they work together now. Okay, so it's a middleman between the hardware and the software. Alright, imaging drum. There are a few components that you need to understand about the laser printer. Now imaging drum, fuser assembly, what else? Transfer belt, rollers, separation pad, it's not that way. Duplexing assembly. Okay. Now, this duplexing assembly, it's 100% exam question. There will be a question about duplexing. All you need to know is, if you want to print double-sided, okay, you need duplexing feature on your printer. Duplexing is used to print on both sides of your paper. If you don't have a duplexing set or duplex set, now you will not be able to print on both the sides of the paper. You'll get just one side. That is duplexing. Okay. Now, before I start explaining about these things, I would actually go to the imaging process because they comes integrated. Now the next page has the imaging process, which explains how a laser printer works. The moment you give print on your PC and up to the time the paper comes out of the printer with the actual data. Okay, so what happens? That's what you're going to learn in the imaging process. It's a 7-step process. Okay, how a laser printer works. Now, the first step that happens is called processing. Now, this is when you have given print and you have seen that scroll bar and the data has been completely moved from your PC to the printer. So once the laser printer is ready to print, it receives the document to be printed from the PC, okay, and then it converts it into bitmap raster image. So it converts the raw data. What you give to the printer is the raw data. You're just instructing the printer, okay, print this. Now printer has to understand whatever you give as a raw data. So this is where that software, whatever is written for that specific printer, comes into picture. it converts that raw data into a form that the printer can understand, so that it can go ahead and print. Okay, so that is what happens as the first stage under processing. The photosensitive drum starts spinning. Now, this imaging drum is one of the main component inside your laser printer. Okay, if you see the picture, you see the huge ball, which says the side view of the imaging drum. Now that is the most important component inside your laser printer. So this photosensitive drum, what does that word photosensitive mean? It is very, very sensitive to the light. Okay, so as a best practice, they always say if you are working on a laser printer, you have very easy access to the photosensitive drum. You can easily remove it, but do not expose to a very high source of light. You're damaging the drum. You should not be exposing it to a very high source of light. Okay, so you will be damaging the drum. Okay, now I'll just bring the drum and the toner. Okay, so this is something that you can easily remove from one of the most commonly used printers in home, Brother printer. Okay, so it says toner cartridge for whatever model, and it says drum unit. So this is both the toner and the drum. Okay, got to be careful with the drum actually. Okay, toner it's fine, it's cheap, and now that's the toner. Okay, this is one thing that you will be replacing quite often because the ink, right? So that has a limit. Okay, 5,000 pages, 10,000 pages. Okay, so the more you use, after some time you will see on the small LED display, there will be a small LED display on most of the laser printers. It will say replace toner or toner is low. That's one of the common message. Now again, one thing to remember, when it says toner is low, it doesn't mean that you have to replace the toner immediately. It will still work fine for a few more pages, but eventually it's time to replace. Okay, so whenever you feel the pages, the letters are light, you go and replace this toner. Now the other unit is called as the drum. Now even this is going to be a replaceable. They have a percentage, like once you replace 3 or 4 toners, best practice is go and replace a drum. When drum needs to be replaced, again you will get a message saying that replace the drum. You will get a message again, replace the drum. And it also has a photosensitive. Sometimes it will be blue in color, sometimes it will be black in color. It's inside actually. Now that is one of the main component for your printer to print the page. Now what happens is, this is a photosensitive, and it is photosensitive for a reason. So in the processing stage, the printer gets all the data from your PC and your photosensitive drum starts spinning. Now the second is charging. This is one of the important stage. Now when it is charging, this photosensitive drum is charged with ion particles. Okay, positively charged ions are focused on the imaging drum. Okay, so there's a drum and you charge completely this with the ions. Okay, depending on the printer, the primary corona will rise. Okay, so charging is the second stage where you charge the imaging drum. Now third is exposing. a laser. Why it is called laser printer? Because we use laser. Now, where is this laser used? A laser beam changes the charge on the surface of the drum in a pattern of the page image. Now, this whole drum is now charged completely. Now, whatever you want to print, now as per that image, a laser beam is focused on these charged particles so that it creates a pattern of that image that you would like to print. Okay, so what happens after the exposing? You have a pattern on the drum that will replicate what needs to be printed with respect to the charged particles alone. Now what happens? Developing. Now ink, which is pretty much associated closely with the drum, is applied on those charged particles. Okay, so ink is now applied on those charged particles. Now what you have? You have imaging drum with ink which replicates the pattern in which what you want to print. Okay, now next is the transferring. This is when the paper from the tray is pulled in. Okay,
Developing? In which stage?
The developing says roller applies roller. In the developing, you actually apply the ink, okay, to the drum. Now in transferring, you at the stage the paper is pulled in, you transfer whatever ink is on the imaging drum to the paper. You transfer from the drum to the paper. Okay. Now the problem is when you transfer the ink from the drum to the paper, it's not going to be permanently stuck to the paper. Imagine just like it is sitting on top of the paper. The ink is just sitting top of the paper. Now, if it is left like that, your image will just go off pretty much fast soon. Okay, so this is the last stage, second last stage, which is called fusing, is very important. And this is again an important question in the exam. What happens in the fusing? Okay. Before the fusing stage, what happens? Paper is pulled in, the image or the ink is transferred from the drum to the paper. Now, to make sure that this ink sits permanently on the paper, now we apply heat and pressure in the fusing assembly. The fusing assembly, which is a component of your printer, applies a lot of heat and puts a lot of pressure on that part where the ink is, so that that ink gets permanently applied to the paper. That's the reason when you get a printout from a laser printer, it's a bit warm because of this fuser assembly. Okay, the warmness it gets is because of the fuser assembly. Okay, it applies so that the ink can be melted and it sticks firmly to the paper. That is what happens at the fusing. Now the last part of the process is called the cleaning. Now cleaning, what you're trying to clean? You're cleaning the imaging drum. What we had on the imaging drum? The ions, and top of the ions we had the ink, right? So the imaging drum should get prepared for the next round of printing. So we remove any extra or excess amount of ions or ink before it is fully charged and the laser beam is exposed to it. We clean the drum so that it is clean. It is ready for the next round of printing. Okay, so the cleaning comes last, but your printing is done with the fusing assembly. Okay, the fusing assembly is very important. That is the component which applies heat and pressure so that your ink, so the ink that you have here is not a liquid. Okay, it's kind of a powdered ink. Okay, so when you apply heat, obviously it melts. Okay, so that is the process how a laser printer works. Now we know imaging drum, the function of the imaging drum. We know fuser assembly. Now transfer belt. Transfer belt is used mainly for color printers, right? So in color printers we have few colors, probably 3 or 4 colors, and by mixing these 4 colors we can get any number of colors. like we generally say RGB, red, green, and blue. With red, green, and blue, we get a lot of other combinations, but in printers, they use a different combination, okay? Yellow, some
Cyan, white.
cyan, yeah. So
Cyan, magenta, yellow, black.
black, 4 colors. They use 4 different colors, and they bring out other combinations. Now, a transfer belt is used to transfer these colors in as per the requirement, okay? And you get when you look at the inkjet printers, you will see the ink cartridges being moving, right? So it picks the right amount of color, and it then prints the color images on your paper. So the transfer belt is mainly used for color printers.
With a laser, we can use the color also. Or no?
Yes, laser color printers.
Both.
I mean, there are black and white laser printers.
Yeah.
There are color printers.
Color printer, you will have 4 drums.
Yeah.
Cyan, white. So basically, the image will be transferred on the transfer belt, then goes on the paper. That's how it is.
But with a laser printer also, we use it the both size page, the 100% will go.
Oh, the duplex?
Yeah.
Yes. Laser printer has duplex settings. You can print on both these sides. Come to know that there are a lot of audits happening. Okay, and one of the main auditors are you eco-friendly company, and which means all your printers should be by default printing dual side. It should be.
Black, white, and double side.
Yeah, black and white and double side. That should be the default settings. Unless and until something specific that requires one side per paper. Now everything else should be dual side. If it is not there, you are getting low score on that particular thing. Okay, so it's one of the most important thing. And A+ really tests you on that duplex setting. Either way, what is duplex setting used for, or which setting is used to print both sides. Okay, so it's a duplex setting. All right, pickup rollers. Now it is a small piece that comes with your printer. It's a rubber coated, okay? It has a rubber used to pull the papers from the tray. Pickup rollers. You will see it on the tray inside. It will be, whenever it needs to pull a paper, it's a small roller. It rolls and it pulls the paper. Now, for the paper to be pulled properly, the rubber on that roller has to be really good. It has to have a very good grip. If you use this roller for longer time, obviously due to the wear and tear, this rubber is going to lose that grip and it will not pull the paper inside. So you got to replace these pickup rollers. Some printer manufacturers, when you buy a printer, they give some maintenance kit, and in that maintenance kit you will get some rollers, extra pickup rollers. Okay, 1 or 2 you will get, so that you can replace it. If not, if you see that paper is not being pulled properly, one of the main reason could be the pickup roller. Okay, again this could be in the exam. Okay, so if your paper is not being pulled up properly from the tray, it's time to replace your pickup roller. Okay. Again, separation pad. This is not something that you will see in the exam, but it's again a small separation located inside the paper tray. So to grab single piece of paper and feed it to the printer. Okay, it helps in making sure one paper is going inside. Okay, separation pad. It also goes under wear and tear. Probably you will get it under the maintenance kit. Okay, so pickup rollers and separation pad are something that you have to replace. And any issue related to the paper being pulled in and fed into the printer, now these two comes into the picture. Okay, pickup roller and separation pad. So the processing actually explains about the language. So before a laser printer can start printing, it has to build an image of the entire page that needs to be printed. So that's when you see the progress. laser printer does not print little page at a time, it prints an entire page at a time. Now that is again an exam question. Which is the printer type that prints an entire page at a time? Okay, it's again a laser printer. There are specific language that these laser printers can understand. That is very important. The printer drivers are responsible for taking the graphics or the Word document and converting it into that language. Okay, so that's why I say drivers are very important. And one more question which is very important for your exam is, it could be like a scenario based. A user bought a 64-bit printer, okay, and there was some issue, and 64-bit printer, and he downloaded a 32-bit driver and it's not working. So he called in a technician, and what needs to be done? So choice will be a bit weird. Okay, nothing wrong, everything can work fine. Some other options, but one option will say download a 64-bit version of that driver. So that is very important. The driver is important. You need to have an updated version of the driver for that particular printer model, and you need to make sure whether it's a 32-bit or 64-bit. These two things are very, very important. You need to have an updated version of the driver. Okay, so either they give you a CD to install, or you can download it from their website, but make sure the model number is correct for the printer that you're using, and make sure you are using the correct 32-bit or 64-bit. Okay, otherwise you will see the issue, because this is the component or a piece of code that is going to try to teach your printer what to do exactly with whatever information you get, because what you get is a raw material. The printer has to understand that raw material. So this language is what is going to help it. Okay, so commonly used languages are Adobe PostScript, HP print command language. You don't get these things in the exam, but just for your knowledge. Okay. What's the time? 44. All right, so that's all about laser printer, how it works. Okay. Any doubt? We have a best guy. He will help you. Okay. Next is inkjet printers, mainly used for what? Images. Okay. Office. Graphic environment. Okay. Inkjet printers are mainly used for graphic environment. Often referred as graphic environment, like any pictures. Okay, images. Often referred as ink dispersion printers. They are okay. The concept is the printers are inexpensive, but the ink cartridges are expensive. Okay, you need to go for the actual vendor specific, actual vendor cartridges. Okay? If you buy a HP inkjet printer, now it is always they always say that, okay, try to use the HP cartridges for better performance. So you don't want to take a risk, so you go and buy HP cartridges, and they are expensive. Okay, so that's how inkjet printers are. They are relatively quiet. Okay, they don't make a lot of noise, but they provide one of the best qualities of images.
You don't refill it, those cartridges.
Refilling the cartridges.
That's what some people do it in convenience stores.
A lot of people
I heard it. I have heard about, but I have not seen how they refill the cartridge.
If you do the regular printing, it's okay, but in graphic environment,
Yeah.
you have to use original. Otherwise,
Because the reason is, when you replace a cartridge, you replace the print head. Okay, so that's one of the main reasons. You get a better quality always. Thanks. All right. So one issue what you have is, if you don't use it for some period of time, now that ink may get dried up. Okay. So again, that is an issue. So make sure you clean up that. All right. So again, it comes with the color variations as he has mentioned. So black, cyan, magenta, and yellow. Combination of these 4 colors will give a different variety of colors. They're not going to test you on what colors combinations. Okay. easy to replace these cartridges. Print head, okay, which is helping in printing, is also part of the cartridge. So when we replace the print head, whenever we replace the ink cartridge, the print head is also replaced. Again, similar to your laser printer, we have pickup rollers, we have duplex assembly, we have transferring belt, so they are pretty much the same. Now, one main thing is the calibration. Mainly with respect to the inkjet printers, calibration is very, very important. Calibration could be for text messages also, letters, or it could be mainly for the colors. Whenever you replace a color, okay, one color could be used more, so one of the cartridges you may have to replace. So once you replace, for example, black cartridge, now you make sure that the color combination, that the printer works fine. So to do that, you can do a calibration test. Okay, so just like a test page. Okay, so it will tell you how when it works perfectly fine, this is how the image will look like, and this is how the image look like. Okay, currently. Now you can calibrate as per your requirement. Now, for example, sometimes if the word T has to look like this, now for some reason, if you look like this, there's a misalignment. Okay, again there is a calibration mismatch. So these devices comes with software. They have the calibration software which you can work on. Okay, they ask you what is the issue that you're facing, and you can calibrate accordingly. Okay, so these are specific to the inkjet printer.
Oh, that's why it has sometimes the bars at the bottom, and then they print the color to see if it's aligned, right?
Yeah, you can give it whenever you give a test page. Also, you will see it.
Right.
Okay, so that's about the inkjet printer. Next, thermal. Now, thermal printers are very different from what we have learned about laser and inkjet. Now, I said thermal printers are very, very simplest printers. Okay. The reason is thermal printer doesn't have any ink. No ink. There's nothing. Okay. If you open a thermal printer, there's nothing inside, but still you get printed receipts. No, without any ink. The magic is because everything is because of the paper. The paper is the most important component for a thermal printer. Now, this paper is not a regular A4 size paper or A6 size paper that you get in the market. Now, this is a photosensitive paper, thermally treated paper, or photosensitive paper. Now, which means when you apply heat, image is created. So what thermal printer does is, wherever you want image to be there, you apply heat on that paper, which is a photosensitive paper. So wherever you apply heat, a black image is formed, and you get the text message on that. So that's
why,
simple.
You go to these stores and sometimes not even with a pen, they go like this.
Yeah.
And it.
Yeah. I just this is.
So
the thing is, sometimes we can get red color there, right? Right.
yeah.
So how is it get color?
That I'm not sure how the red color, how colors are represented. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. But basically, thermal printers works on the heat. Okay, you apply heat and it produces a color. Probably different paper. I'm not sure.
No, same thing.
Same paper.
Yeah.
That I'm not sure. Now, because of this,
When they order something,
Mhm.
specify something different. So
Oh.
they use the red color.
Alright.
I don't know how it is.
Probably, I never researched on. I'll look into it because even I don't know. Okay, because of this, the disadvantage. What is the disadvantage? Now, example: you buy something today from Walmart. Now you keep that receipt in your purse.
Yeah.
Okay, and after 1 month, you take off that paper.
Yeah.
Future shop.
Yeah.
What do you see? You just see a paper. That's a white paper. That's it. So that's a disadvantage. But that's the way thermal printers are, because you're not using an ink. You're just using you're just making use of that photosensitive. If that photosensitive is gone, the image is gone. So with a lot of friction, your image will go off. So it's not for long time. So better return your product as soon as possible.
Yeah. Don't buy the warranty.
Alright, so that's with thermal printer. So it's simple because you don't have a lot of things to do. The cleaning of the thermal printer is pretty easy because even if you open, what you may see is bits of papers. Okay, so you can just use a small blower to clean it off. Okay, so just make sure you have enough paper supply. That is what is more important. Okay, paper supply is very important. The last type of printer is impact printer, dot matrix. Now, not sure if everyone have seen dot matrix printer, my life is easy now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my experience where I have seen dot matrix printer, number one, I will say banks. Okay, banks. Where I come from, I see a lot of medical shops using.
Long time ago.
Yeah, long time ago. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The best thing with dot matrix printer is what stands unique from other printers and dot matrix is you can get a carbon copy of what you print, which other printers cannot give. Okay, because of its impact nature, you can have a carbon paper and you can have a paper behind that, and because of the really
Yeah.
okay.
2016. You see, and you thought you're the only one.
Next time I'll ask a receipt from them. I can.
Show me what you use.
When they make delivery, right?
Okay.
So one copy keep in the shop,
Ah,
one copy for delivery.
Okay.
You can listen the sound.
And these days they print double. I mean, they use thermal printers, so they just print the double copy, right?
Yeah, double copy.
Yeah,
MU.
they just print double copies, but it's good to know that they're using thermal printers.
Yeah, I saw the Jangam. I don't know every shop.
Okay.
Not, but
Yeah,
Jangam
all
I
right,
saw.
to my house, I've never seen that.
So yeah, but there are a lot of uniqueness associated with dot matrix. One, it's noisy. Okay,
Yeah, noisy.
you will easily understand there is a dot matrix printer, and you can see, you can know where it is. It's noisy. Second, yes, the paper. Okay, the paper is okay. It's not photosensitive or chemically treated paper, but the paper is still different. How different it is? It is not coming in blocks of paper. It is going to be in a roll. Okay, you get a big bunch of paper. Now, if you look at the edges, there will be holes. And why holes? Because this is a continuous sheet of paper, and your dot matrix printer will have a tractor feed. Okay, now it's your duty to make sure that the holes sit comfortably inside those tractor feeds. So when it starts printing, it keeps picking up the paper from that a bunch of paper. Okay, so it just keeps on printing and printing and printing. Now it's cheap. Okay,
And
dot
slow.
matrix printers cheap, slow. Most important thing is the image quality is comparatively poor when you compare to other printers. Now, image quality depends on the print head. Now, the print head has pins. If you have 9 pins, your print quality is going to be a bit poor than when you compare to a 25 pin. Okay, so for example, when you want to type A,
More holes, more accurate it is.
yes, more number of pins is more accurate.
But there was a low standard, no? And there wasn't.
Okay, so there's a lot of difference between this A and the other A. So, okay, so print head, the number of prints in the pins in the print head also defines the image quality. But whatever be it, impact printers or the dot matrix printers quality are usually lower or poor when compared to other printers. Okay, all right. So the ink, we use a ribbon here. Okay, we use a ribbon, and it's I'm not sure if I'm drawing it correct. It's something like this. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is the ribbon, and this ribbon is going to revolve. It's going to pick the ink. Here is where the ink is. Okay, it's going to pick the ink, and on this ribbon, we make an impact with the pinhead, so that the image is formed on the paper. Okay, so if you see the image is getting faded, time to replace the ribbon, and it's cheap. Okay, the whole thing we have to replace, and it's going to be pretty cheap. So it's not a huge thing. All right, so uniqueness are noise, it's cheap, image quality is less, tractor feed, the paper type. So these are the differences with respect to impact printers. We'll stop here, and yeah, we are pretty much done with the fourth chapter also.
Let's go back to the third one again.
All right, have a good weekend.
You too.